show. Yeah. Overload. The ship was overload. Me brother them jump overboard. And dead before they reach the shore. Yeah. So long we've been down in this broad dirty water. I'm glad we come over. Come and they see things that they want to conquer. Man, I'm glad we come over. They rap and they kill and they rape and they torture. Glad we come over. Jah is the one who hold all the answer. So we could come over. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm glad we come over. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yes. Overload. The ship was overload. Well, if a man jump overboard and dead before they reach the shore. Yeah. Overload. The ship was overload. Me brother them jump overboard and dead before them reach the shore. Say man, they hold us down here over 400 years. I'm glad we come over. No more will my people be living in fear. I'm glad we come over. We know they don't love us. We know they don't care. Man, I'm glad we come over. They make us unhappy. They treat us unfair. I'm glad we come over. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm glad we come over. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yes. Overload. The ship was overload. Well, if a man jump overboard and dead before them reach the shore. Yeah. Overload. The ship was overload. Me brother them jump overboard and dead before them reach the shore. Yeah. Man, I'm glad, man, I'm glad, man, I'm glad, man, I'm glad, yeah. Glad we come over. Man, I'm glad, man, I'm glad, man, I'm glad, man, I'm glad, yeah. Glad we come over. Man, I'm glad, man, I'm glad, man, I'm glad, man, I'm glad, yeah. Glad we come over.
The Board of Supervisors is called to order at 9:07 a.m. on April 5th, and we will go to the clerk for roll call, please.
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan absent. Supervisor Pinches?
Here.
Supervisor Hamburg?
Here.
Chair Smith?
Here. And I believe that Supervisor McCowan is expected shortly. Let's go to Mr. Tony Shaw to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. And now the board would like to take a moment of silence for Marin County Supervisor Charles McGlashan, who passed away unexpectedly recently. Thank you all in remembering him. Public expression, this is the time that we hear from the public on items not on the agenda. So first we will go today to Dr. Janine Pfeiffer, giving us an update on the MLPA.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Dr. Janine Pfeiffer, and I've been serving as advisor both to the County of Mendocino and more recently to the Yurok tribe and other tribes in the Northern California region. I just wanted to note that tomorrow, April 6th, and the next day, April 7th, the Department of Fish and Game Commission will be meeting and discussing the feasibility evaluation of the Department of Fish and Game for the 17 marine protected areas that were recommended for our region. And in that feasibility evaluation, the department is only satisfied with 3 of those MPAs and states that the others do not meet the goals and objectives, that they don't have enforceable boundaries, or they don't meet the science guidelines. So this may mean that our civic bodies and our non-governmental bodies and our constituents in this region need to, I don't want to use the word fight, but need to struggle to meet this challenge because we already spent 1.5 years in this process, and it seems like the Department of Fish and Game is bringing it back to stage 1. So I will be scheduling more time later on the agenda to see how this goes and to see how we might be able to use the North Coast Local Agency Regional Coordinating Committee as a tri-county body to enable our voice to continue to be heard. The second item I wanted to note is that the negotiations between the state of California and the tribes and tribal communities in our region do continue. I will be providing testimony at the Commission's request tomorrow on native science and conservation in the hopes that a more respectful relationship can be developed. We do not know where this is going or how it will go. There is also a monitoring and evaluation process, funds which are allotted for our region. Usually it's $4 million. I am meeting with different persons in the Monitoring Enterprise and the Ocean Protection Council to see if we can channel as many funds as possible to local constituents instead of to outside researchers. And finally, 2 very good announcements. There is a reef check training, so this is for scientific diving, the first of its kind to be held in Fort Bragg, specifically for our constituents. And I've just received word that there will be another one held for our divers, and this is an attempt to have our constituents trained so that when there are grants made by researchers, those constituents are ready to serve as research associates. And finally, we're planning for a salmon film festival in association with the 40th annual Salmon Barbecue held by the Salmon Restoration Association on July 1st and 2nd in Fort Bragg, and that's something that I've been hoping to do for 2 years and will happen. So thank you.
It's Janine.
Thank you very much. We will now go to Sheriff Tom Almond to give us an update on AB 109.
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Unfortunately, Governor Brown signed Senate Bill 85 and AB 109 yesterday, and AB 109 is one of the things that state sheriffs have been dreading for 6 months. And to give you an idea of what is coming, literally hundreds of serious felony crimes will no longer, at the time of sentencing, the felons will no longer be sentenced to state prison. they will be sentenced to county jails. To just give you a rundown a few of the sentences, or a few of the crimes that if people commit, they will be coming to county jails for an extended period of time. It could be 5, 7, 9, 11 years sentenced in a county jail, instead of what the paradigm that we currently know of no more than 365 days. But to give you an example of some of the crimes that we're going to be seeing prisoners coming into our county jail and will be housing for extended periods of times: vehicular manslaughter, felony child abuse, elder financial abuse, street gang recruiting, hate crimes, manufacturing methamphetamine, providing a firearm to a person who was committed to a mental institution. There's over 500 serious felony crimes that we are going to be housing the prisoners that in the past have always gone to state prison. And the horse is out of the barn. Governor Brown has already signed this, as even though it was greatly opposed by all 58 county sheriffs. It's also going to give 50% release time of current county jail inmates. So you will, the public safety factor is going to come up on the radar when we'll see people getting out of jail at half-time instead of full-time, and we'll have fewer parole officers, and actually there's not going to be serious consequences for violating parole. So we'll have a great deal of thinking about this, of how we're going to handle it. On the good side, we have prepared for this. We have 105 empty beds in our county jail right now, having an idea that this was going to happen, and when it happens, we're not going to automatically balk at it, because at the much higher level than Mendocino County, it's being fought at the state level. But for now, I wanted to update you.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Sheriff, I think all supervisors received this. I was going to bring it up under supervisors' reports, but a gentleman by the name of John McNunn sent an email. He's supervisor for the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Parole Operations, and he requested that we take a few minutes to speak with him. So I think I'll pass this to the chair, and maybe the two of you can talk. And
Supervisor Brown, the chair is already informed, and I've been, we've been playing phone tag for, I don't know, maybe 10 days now, 7 days. And now I have the clerk in the loop, so we're planning when he will do a presentation to the board, and we have to set that. He did tell me in a voicemail that he didn't think he needed to come in immediately, but he did want to be able to brief the board at some point. Okay. So that's in the works. We're working on that.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff.
Supervisor Pinches.
Sheriff, what's the reimbursement? Is the state gonna give,
At this point, there's no reimbursement, and the one clause is this will not go into effect until there is some type of reimbursement. But we don't know if the reimbursement is going to come from reductions from the Department of Corrections, the state prison system as we know it, or from a voter-passed initiative, which at this point is not on the ballot.
so there's nothing, they're not going to actually physically do this move?
Well,
transfer?
they're one step closer to physically doing it, and they're saying right now they're not going to do it until they have the money. But I would imagine that if someone in Sacramento said, well, the money's been located at this location, it's going to start immediately. It could start today if somebody said we had partial funding. And when I say partial funding, the governor last week, even though we told the state how much it costs our prisoners, $91.32 a day to keep a prisoner in jail, the state said they were going to reimburse us for pennies of the dollar and start this. So I do not expect full reimbursement. So I expect someone in Sacramento to say we found partial funding and let's start the process.
So how many, have you got any indication of how many inmates will be coming? Are these outside county inmates that can?
No, these are all people who are sentenced within Mendocino County.
So it's back to the county of origin?
Well, the prisoners are not going to come from state prison to county jail. This is going to be determined at the time of sentencing at the courthouse here in Ukiah. A judge will direct them to county jail for 5, 7, 10 years, whatever, instead of state prison for 5, 7, 10 years.
So the increase will be kind of over time, not just a flood of
We expect an
inmates.
increase of right at 100, between 100 and 104 people is what the last 3 years have shown us. The people that would meet the criteria of the 3 nons: non-sex crime, non-serious crime, and non-violent offense.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would that be approximately 100 per year or over this entire span of time?
Well, this is a living, breathing document, and since we're seeing a great decrease in the determined sentence requirement. We think that we're going to gradually grow, but not at the rate that today's sentencing requirements are going to require. The voter pass initiatives that we've seen in California, the 3 strikes you're out, the 5-year enhancement with a firearm, those things, as we know as elected officials, we've been to many meetings where they said those were passed without anything saying we're going to build more prisons or enlarge county jails. So I think that what we're seeing, society's paying a price for that with 144,000 people in a state prison system that was built for 72,000 people, and we're seeing the repercussions of holding the line on crime.
But again, to the best of your present knowledge, you're anticipating our jail population would increase by approximately how much once this runs its course?
Our jail population, our jail holds 305 people. And I, as sheriff, will not allow us to get more than 10% above that. So in the 320, 325 mark, if 2 or 3 years down the road we're to that mark, then I'm sure that we're going to be the one of the last to get there, because other state sheriffs can't say that a third of their county jail is empty like we can say. And we can say that only because of the plans that we've implemented with the ankle bracelets and with community service and so forth, that we've been trying to prevent this. So as I said earlier, the entire paradigm of sentencing people to jails is changing, but on the other hand, your constituents and my constituents are going to question if public safety is being compromised by not holding people in jails as much long time as the judges have told them to.
Well, understood, but we've already been there to some degree here, although obviously it's prioritized that the least serious offenders are the ones who get a reduction in their sentence. But from your last answer, it sounds like you're anticipating an increase of approximately 100 over 3 years, or that's just a complete guesstimate?
No, I think it's fair, Supervisor, to expect in 2 years to say that half of our jail is being filled by state sentenced felons and the other half of the jail is being filled by local misdemeanor offenders.
And that the jail population will rise?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff.
And that'll be whether there's any way to pay for it or not.
Right. Just is what it is. Let's go now to the approval of the minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes before the board, 2 for our meetings on March 15th, both the regular board meeting and the workshop, a separate set, and March 22nd meeting minutes. To the board?
I'll move approval.
Second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor McCowan and a second by Supervisor Pinches. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously for the approval of all 3 sets of minutes. We'll go now to the consent calendar. The chair has a few comments on this. Item number 4 is being pulled by staff to return to the board at a later date. Items number 5 and 6 are also being pulled, that will have brief comments made on those as well. 2 other board members. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Supervisor Smith. So you said 4 is already being pulled by
Yes,
staff?
correct.
Okay. And then I would like to have item number 6.
I just pulled that. I pulled
Oh,
4,
okay.
5, and 6.
4, 5, and 6.
And 4 is actually being withdrawn in effect.
Yeah.
Yes, but I made appropriate comments for all 3 of those in the
And I'd
record.
also like to pull item number 14.
14 for
And
discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
And I do have comment on 15. I don't know if you want
Okay.
me to deliver that now or...
Well, 4 is off the table. Let's go to Supervisor Hamburg. What do you have?
Item 8.
Item
which
number 8.
I wanted to pull for a quick discussion. I just had a quick comment on number 12, and Supervisor Brown already mentioned number 15, which needs a little fast discussion, I think.
And I believe a number of these will still go forward with approval, possibly. So let's,
Chair Smith?
yes,
I'm sorry. Did I say 13?
no,
Yeah,
you
might
said
have.
14.
14. Okay, 13 as well.
13 as well. Okay, Supervisor Brown, you proposed maybe going through some of these with comments that may go forward. Would you
Yes.
like to go forward with the ones that you have.
Okay, well, I'd like to start with item number 15.
Okay.
And that has to do with Senate Bill 726 by Berry Hill and LaMoffa, and it's fire suppression, fire sprinkler system, and opposition to implementing this requirement in California with the California Standards Building Code. It has been turned into a 2-year bill as of last Friday. But there's many, many issues on this, including the cost to people for private residents. And the bigger issue, and we discussed this at CSAC, has to do with rural California, mainly on wells. They don't have the water supply in the wells, you know, during certain times of the year. In the colder country, like where Supervisor Pinchas lives, pipes freezing. So I think, you know, we need to have some greater discussion and perhaps really weigh in on this.
Well, I do believe, Supervisor, attached to this is a letter of support for the bill, which is to, I believe it delays the implementation until 2014. That's the point of the bill. So you're saying that we need additional work, or we can go forward with the letter today?
I think the letter goes forward today, but I do believe that we need to weigh in on this, watch
Right,
it,
later.
and
Okay.
try to turn some of this around, because it is just not something that rural California is going to be able to comply with.
And probably through your leadership at CSAC, that would definitely be a way to do that. Through the rural caucus, perhaps. Supervisor, I think Supervisor.
Hamburg was,
Okay, Supervisor Hamburg on this one?
Yeah, my only comment on this, I originally heard about it from Lee Howard, who I think probably sent an email to all of us. And I got in touch with, through Nash, got in touch with Dan Griebel, who is the Ukiah Valley Fire District Chief and also the elected chief of all the fire districts in the county, at least during this term. And I asked, we asked Dan to send a message to all of the fire chiefs in the county asking for their input on this bill. The only negative input that we received was from the fire marshal in Fort Bragg, Steve Wells, and he raised the issue that this is something that fire marshals have lobbied for, have wanted to see, just because fire safety is really what their main priority is. He noted that the cost per square foot is, according to his estimate, about $1.50 additional. But other than Mr. Wells, all the other fire marshals were asked, fire chiefs, I guess would be chiefs and marshals, did not comment one way or the other. I do know from talking to Dan Griebel that he feels that putting this requirement off until 2014 is a sensible thing to do. I also know that Nash Gonzalez, who's in the audience, also feels that this is a sensible bill, and he supports it, and I support it, and I know Supervisor McGowan supports it because we co-authored the item. So anyway, you know, I'd be prepared to move the letter and also to follow any leadership from Supervisor Brown as we move forward.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, making it a 2-year bill defeats the purpose, since the purpose was to suspend implementation, which is due to take effect, has already taken effect January 1st of this year. So, and based on Supervisor Brown's information to that effect, I think this obviously has become more of a discussion item, and it probably should be pulled so that we could discuss how we should restructure the letter, I think.
You don't think the letter's still applicable, so we could do this and then put it on for?
I think the letter could be rewritten to be stronger.
Okay, well, it's up to the,
And
we just don't
that'd be my
want to.
recommendation.
Okay, let's go to Supervisor Brown.
Chair Smith, I agree, but I believe we should approve it in theory and allow for the sponsors, Supervisors Hamburg and McCowan, to
Rewrite
add,
it.
yes, rewrite it, add verbiage, however.
Yeah.
But
For the
I think the
approval of
general
the chair.
idea, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that that works, then we can expedite this. So we will approve it in concept, approve the letter as is, and then with the notation that the letter can be,
Made stronger.
yes,
Well, but
enhanced.
if we
and-
approve the consent calendar with add-ons for individual items, you know, I think it should probably be dealt with separately, it'd be cleaner.
My
And
que-
Supervisor Pinches also
Yes.
has comments.
My question, if this is a bad bill, why would we say it's okay to have it implemented in 2014? If it needs to be rewrote or something, why, this letter says we support putting off the we talk about the problems of it in the letter briefly, but then we say it's okay if you wait until 2014 to implement it. What the hell is going to change for 2014?
It's already in effect today. It's been implemented.
It's another,
It's already
this
a
is delay, this is
requirement.
to delay it. Okay, we're getting into too much
Well,
conversation here,
that's my
so.
point, though. If it's not good now and it needs to be changed, why would it be okay to implement it in 2014?
Well,
What's going to change between now and 2014?
we can bring this back, and Mr. Gonzalez can, you know, bring back specifics. Our fire chiefs can come in and speak about it if we want to make it as a larger item to have a discussion on. We can certainly do that. So we'll pull this one per your request, Supervisor McCowan. We'll consider it separately since we're going to alter the content. Supervisor Brown, to your next item.
Yes, and that is, I'd like to take item number 6 right now, and it is adoption of proclamation for Susan Era's retirement from the Health and Human Services Agency of Mendocino County after 26 years of service.
Please read the proclamation.
Thank you, Chair Smith.
Madam Chair, why don't you have
Yes.
Susan come forward?
Susan would come forward, and her department, and let's have her department folks come forward as well.
Okay. This is a proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, recognition of Susan Era, April 5th, 2011. Whereas Susan Era has been employed by the County of Mendocino at Health and Human Services Agency since July 29th, 1985, beginning her career as an extra help social worker 3 and ending her career as the acting Health and Human Services Agency Assistant Director. And whereas Susan Era has dedicated her life to improving the independence and quality of life of the elderly and disabled citizens of Mendocino County, and whereas Susan led the reform of the county's general assistance program, improving and expanding services to disadvantaged individuals in the county and saving millions of county tax dollars. And whereas Susan led the effort to establish the in-home supportive services individual provider system in the county, and then the establishment of the in-home supportive services public authority in Mendocino County. And whereas Susan has worked tirelessly to improve and expand the adult protective services program to the benefit of the frail and dependent adults in Mendocino County. And whereas Susan was the driving force behind the very successful establishment of the Area Agency on Aging as a joint powers agreement agency in Lake and Mendocino counties, and I can attest to that for sure. And whereas Susan was the intellectual and organizational force behind the establishment of the adult system of care and the older adult system of care in Mendocino County. And whereas, after 26 years of service for the county, has reached the privilege of retirement. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims April 5th, 2011 as Susan Era Day, as she retires from the world of 8 to 5 and to retirement where every day is Susan's day. I so move.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None.
And it is
Passes
signed by
unanimously.
our chair, Supervisor Smith.
So would you like to present? And photos, please.
Everybody ready?
I want to thank the board very much for this recognition. I'm truly honored. And I want to thank you for the support and your careful consideration of all the matters that you deal with on a daily basis. When leadership looks good, what that means is that there are very qualified, professional, capable staff working with them. There are community partners who are excellent at what they do, and there are courageous clients who are willing to utilize the services available and improve their lives and the lives of the communities that we work in. So I thank you. This recognition is really a reflection of all of them, and it's been a pleasure, and I'll be around. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Susan.
you.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, I just want to say, Susan, that I consider your retirement a great loss to the county and a great loss to the agency. And I've heard from many county employees and mostly people who work in your department that your departure is going to really take a chunk out of the experience and the knowledge, the ability to deal with these really hard times we're dealing with. And I wish you a happy retirement, but I'm sorry to see you go.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in addition to all of the great accomplishments noted in the proclamation, I attended a portion of Susan's retirement dinner, and she also knows how to throw a party, so.
Again, with help.
And I just want to add, Chair Smith, I'm going to make sure you keep your promise that you said you would be a volunteer in our community through the programs you've worked so hard on. So I'm going to hold you to that promise. And thank you, Susan.
Thank you. Okay, since we are on items being pulled with respect to proclamations, we'll go now to item number 5, and I'm going to give this one. Supervisor Hamburg wanted to make a few comments on this.
Yeah, is Allison here? Is Allison going to be here?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No.
Okay,
But this is for a presentation at a later date, so
okay.
she's not here today.
Well, the main thing that I wanted to note was that on Saturday, April 16th, from 3 to 6, the Mendocino County Museum is hosting an opening reception for a Carl Purdy exhibit called The Passion for Plants and Place, Carl Purdy of Mendocino County. And it will be curated by local historian Dr. Brovny. And the exhibit includes the works of Grace Hudson, wildlife photography by Pete Stearns, who many of you know has produced an incredibly beautiful book of Mendocino photographs from Mendocino County. So I hope people will come to that event. I know the people at the museum have been very excited about honoring one of our own, Carl Purdy. What is the name of the Sonoma County horticulturist that we're always talking about?
Luther Burbank.
Yes, he is our Luther Burbank. So if I could just read this proclamation, recognition of the 150th birth year of Carl Purdy, 1861 to 2011. Whereas Carl Purdy was born in 1861 and grew up, educated himself, discovered his life's work in horticulture, and made his home in Mendocino County. And whereas Carl Purdy was appointed by the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors as one of the first members of the California Horticultural Commission, And whereas Carl Purdy served as secretary for the board of directors for the Mendocino County Agricultural District created by the state of California. Whereas Carl Purdy organized the first agricultural fair in Mendocino County. Whereas Carl Purdy played a key role in advocating the planting of the Bartlett pear in Mendocino County. And whereas Carl Purdy discovered and named native plants previously unknown to science. And whereas through his global reputation as a botanist and horticulturist, Carl Purdy promoted Mendocino County and enhanced tourism with international visitation to his gardens, the terraces, over the course of 40 years. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims community recognition of the 150th birth year of Carl Purdy in 2011 and endorses its commemoration with the exhibit entitled A Passion for Plants and Plays, Carl Purdy of Mendocino County, being presented at the Mendocino County Museum from April 16th to October 30th, 2011. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hamburg. Supervisor
So-
Brown.
I so move the approval of the proclamation, and I'm honored to do so. I'd like to see Supervisor McCowan second it because Carl Purdy's family and our families have been friends, have known each other through several generations in this county.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Brown, a second by Supervisor McCowan. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on down, I'm going to go right down the list. We'll go to you, Supervisor Hamburg, for comments on number 8.
Yeah, I just had a question about this one. I saw it was a $319,000 expenditure to Chabot Los Positos Community College District. And it's for a certain type of training that's obviously not offered anywhere locally. And it's to support the county's strategic plan. And I'm sure that strategic plan is very valuable, but I'm glad to see Stacy Cryer at the podium, and she can tell us why we're spending over $300,000 outside our own county to do training.
Thank you. My name is
Thank you.
Stacey Cryer. I'm the Health and Human Services Director. The contract with Chabot College is to utilize Title IV E-funds, and Title IV E-funds are federal funds that are utilized to train providers, parents, and foster care group home workers and county employees to deal with some of the issues related around foster care specifically. It's a contract that many counties hold with Chabot College because they have the best model of evidence-based practice in this area, and there isn't a local model that works for this particular funding. First Five is a contributor towards this and a utilizer of these funds and a supportive of these funds. They've already actually started the contract for the 0 to 5 age population, and we'll just be continuing it. It provides a lot of good training to workers in this community, and it is unfortunate, I agree, that we have to go out of county, but there isn't anyone here locally that can do this type of training at this level.
I should know, but where is this college?
You know, I was trying to remember because I knew you were going to ask that, and I cannot remember. I'll have to look and get back to you. I apologize. I knew until I walked into this room this morning, I'm sure.
Well,
I even
anyway,
asked Susan, and
just-
she didn't know either because I said, "Where is this
You
place?"
know, as
And
I
she
was
said,
reading
don't
it,
know."
I was just going, my gosh, 315.
Pleasanton. It's in Pleasanton.
I was going to say the Bay Area.
Thank you, Janine.
Well,
Yeah.
Pleasanton.
anyway, it seems like, I'm not going to state the obvious, but I
Thank you.
wish we could do it here.
I do too. I really do. Thanks.
Supervisor
That's all.
Hamburg, would you like to go on to number 12?
Yes, ma'am.
So we can probably, I'm going to try to get a global,
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to
Motion.
say about number 12 is that it's an expenditure of $2,500 for automated weather observation system equipment at the Little River Airport. And this has to do with a contract for the maintenance of the system. And I just noted that it's another expenditure that is not budgeted in the current year. So it's money that we will have to come up with. Is that right?
I believe, Supervisor, because we had a discussion yesterday, it happened to be at the MCOG meeting in Round Valley. We were at the Round Valley Airport. Our Director of Transportation was there. He went over in some detail the basic funding mechanisms for airports, which includes Little River. And we have very good matches on FAA expenditures. So we have our director here. Maybe he could clarify for us.
Actually,
Yeah, Howard.
Howard DeShield, Director, County Transportation. Good morning, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. The contract was not anticipated in this budget year. The equipment, we found out, needed this additional amount. It'll actually be an ongoing expenditure going forward, but it's within our, we received some state cap funds, and we have other funding. Yes, there is a small general fund contribution for the match, but we're not going to break a budget or need an additional allocation. There's enough money for this, and frankly, a lot of the work will even be into next year. The equipment just got put online, and we're not going to need extra allocations. The amount could be high. We actually haven't found the specialist to check that equipment yet. So we sort of went to a high-end number so that we'd have the authority we need.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
And Mr. DeShield, you also commented yesterday when we were talking about airports in general, both the runway pavement and various aspects of their maintenance costs and operational costs, that you have some pretty good avenues with respect to Little River Airport to recoup costs more so than Round Valley, just because of the volume and the hangars and so forth. So,
well, all of the flight operation activity is down at both airports. Our fuel sales have been higher in the past. Our tie-down fees have been higher. You know, there's just less activity with the economic turndown. But it's more so at Round Valley than Little River. But even Little River's seen a drop.
so does that satisfy your question,
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we we'll go back to Supervisor Brown, because I'm just moving down the list. So
Okay,
Supervisor
13?
Brown would be 13.
Don't move, Howard. This item is about roads in Potter Valley, and it has to do with county-maintained roads, and the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, with roads that they can designate as Indian reservation roads. In Potter Valley, there are four. West Road, East Road, Main Street, and Spring Valley. I'm just curious why East Road and Main Street would be included. You know, it seems logical that West Road and Spring Valley Road, but could I hear some type of a comment, explanation?
Sure.
And why would we want to do this?
I see your point. Obviously, Spring Valley Road is the road that serves the Potter Valley Rancheria, the reservation there. However, the Title 25 of the Government Code gives the Bureau of Indian Affairs the ability to overlay roads that serve tribal members, their access to the tribal lands that aren't necessarily in or on or directly at the reservation. So if their members use those other roads, and obviously East Road to Main Street, West Road all connect and make a circulation pattern. This request actually came from the chair of the tribe, the Potter Valley Band of Pomo Indians, through the BIA, and they asked me to bring this to you. It doesn't change the fact that they're still county roads, that we have the responsibility for the maintenance of the roads, but if special project monies were available, the tribe could choose to participate. They could say, well, we'd like to see this project or that project, even though they're county roads that aren't even on the reservation. So it's really a way for us to get additional money. I might add, we've done this in a couple other instances. Manchester Point Arena, Windy Hollow Road was included, even though the road is well off of the reservation, as well as a portion of Mountain View Road between Rancheria Road, which is their housing unit, and their tribal offices on Mamie-Leoa Road, which is also county road. We have roads that are within reservation boundaries that are county roads and IRR overlaid, and we have roads that extend out of the reservation boundaries. And if BIA receives a letter like this and decides to make that designation, we have opportunities for additional funding. It really doesn't change. You have the full rights to the road. You don't surrender any really ability. It's a way to get more money possibly.
So my apprehension probably doesn't need to be there because it would potentially be a benefit to our county in the future.
Correct. The only thing that BIA insists on is we leave the roads open to the public if they contribute funds. Well, we're already doing that anyway with these roads. You know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, let's go now to item number 14.
Yes, Chair Smith, this item, back in May of 2009, July, created some local controversy. When we took the position we did, and I believe that was on, trying to think which, it was
AB 1409.
Yes, okay. So I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention, and in the process I did receive an email. It was the construction industry locally that was upset with our position on the former bill. And there was an email sent by their representative, Lee Howard, about AB 720. And I think it just needs to be pulled so we can look into it further and discuss it. Perhaps Mr. DeShiel will want to address it now as well, but I really would like to pull it and be able to understand it more instead of having controversy.
Would you like to comment, Mr. DeShield?
Certainly. You know, I under our previous arrangement, when the standing committees met, we would have taken legislation like this through the General Government Committee, and that avenue doesn't exist right now. So I brought it directly to the board. You know, it's been through the normal posting process. It's, you know, there was extensive reporting done on this during 2009 when it was first introduced. The bill was fast-tracked then. I don't know when it'll become fast-tracked. At this point, I guess it's waiting in committee. But the, you know, California State Association of Counties is obviously, their lobbyists are asking us to build opposition to it. It is opposed by the county engineers. We've discussed it. It's interesting in the email, it talks about how the proposers, the authors of the bill are working you know, on it, still a draft, but they're not working with our organization. We've approached them, and they're working with some other union groups. So, you know, we've tried to talk to them about our concerns about it. It's very important to me and to the department to really, by opposing this, leave the situation the same, leave the road commissioner powers. Talk about emergency. He says they don't intend to change the maintenance or emergency in his email, but under the existing rules, emergencies are dealt with under road commissioner powers by the purchase of material, letting of contractor work, or by letting of contract covering both work and material without advertising for bids when the cost of emergency work necessitated by immediate or occurrence of landslide, flood, storm damage, or other emergency exceeds $25,000, and it's the public interest and necessity to demand immediate action and safeguard of life. If you look at if we reverted to the county's normal course of action under Mendocino County Code 233080 or 232040, which takes you to the contract code 22050, it takes a action of the board to waive contracting procedures. So where we can immediately respond now to a situation right out on a road, you know, we wouldn't be able to do that without coming back to the board. So it does affect our immediate response. Also, the limit to 45,000, which I wouldn't oppose for non-road projects in the county. I think it should go up from 35 to 45. I say that in my letter to you. Purchase of materials for, say, yesterday we drove over a little stretch of road on Greeley Avenue, 500 feet. The materials alone would come close to 45,000 for that. And this change in the law would have required us to contract that out. The road crews don't do a lot of larger size projects, but in the summer, when we're not responding to other immediate needs, there's 2 or 3 months of good weather when we keep our crews efficient by going out and doing these little pavement sections. Mr. Howard indicates, that anything over an inch under their rule is a project, So, well, I want to tell you, an inch thick pavement doesn't pave over a new stretch of road. You need at least 2 or 3 inches. So it's a very problematic bill for us. If we take it to committee, I assume it would meet at the beginning of next month. You'd have to call general government back together and we'd have to work on it. It really is the same bill, 1409, and I'm just urging you to oppose it. I can go through point by point if need be, but right now the department puts out between 5 and in 09, 14 contracts. A contract process can take 71 days to go through all the work. There is considerable indirect and direct costs to contract, and to get down to a $45,000 project would just greatly increase our overhead and time we spend. There is also the problem of mixing when our forces can do part of a project and we get contractor forces to do the other part, and that's not allowed under the QCAC, or the Uniform Cost Accounting Act. Also, as our maintenance crews say, would begin to work on a pipe that is failing, and we'd work on it, and maybe the project grows. One time we worked on a storm drain off Canyon Drive that ended up being 200 feet long before we got to the end of the roots and the decay and the problems. Then QCAT can come back, as they've done the city of Ukiah twice, and ask for an accounting of what you spent, and if it goes over the limit, you're in trouble, you're in violation. So I find it very problematic. The department contracts, $3 to $5 to even $10 million in 2009. We contract a lot of work to private sector, and this would just make our lives very difficult.
I remember the issue from last year, Director DeShield. Let's go back to the board, and then I'll go to public comment, see if anyone wants to comment on this. But we need to decide. We don't really have a lot of time today.
Madam Chair, we're making it a discussion item.
That's what I said.
It's
we need
still
to move
on
it
the
along.
consent calendar.
I understand.
So I don't,
Well,
But the public still should be able to comment on
Well,
consent.
if there's a motion.
Yes.
If it
Mr.
is
President.
pulled off of consent, it is for discussion.
Right.
I
It
support
is.
sending a
Well,
letter.
I don't know that we're clear that whether we're still in the comment phase or the discussion
Well, we're
phase.
discussing, because Supervisor Brown pulled it. We had comments from our DOT director. He's the one that authored the opposition letter. He stated that we've seen it before in the form of 1409 last year. I believe you said CSAC opposes it and is
Yes.
trying to ask local entities to garner support for the opposition. And you said your engineering association also opposes. So it's to the board. What do we want to do? Do we want to go ahead with
I
it
will-
today or pull it for?
I'll move approval of the balance of the consent calendar, which at this point is items 1 through 3 and 7 through 13, and the air quality item. And that leaves out 4, which has been withdrawn, 5 and 6, which have already been approved, and 14 and 15, which have been pulled for further discussion.
Well, it just takes an extra step, Supervisor, to do that, but that's fine. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor McCowan, a second by Supervisor Pinches. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, hearing no one, passes unanimously as stated. So we're still back now to, we are going to take 15 separately, as I stated earlier, so we're still back to 14. What would the board like to do?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to send the letter.
Okay, so we have a motion on, for approval of item number 14 on consent. Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second.
And we have a second by Supervisor Hamburg. Any comments to the motion? We'll hear from the public. Would anyone from the public like to comment on item number 14? Okay, seeing no one, then we will vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 There's no discussion.
I did say
You want
discussion. I'm moving
discussion?
pretty quickly. Did you want to discuss? Go
You
ahead.
called for public comment, and then you went straight to a vote.
Trying to move it along. Did you want to
And
comment? Go ahead.
I would like to ask Supervisor Brown, since she initially questioned the item, if she's content having it go forward, or do you think it requires further discussion?
Well, I'm sensitive to the citizens and business in this county. There was controversy the last time. I supported it the last time. I cannot support it this time unless there's more discussion. And maybe that is bringing everybody together and not necessarily a standing committee or an ad hoc committee. But I would rather have something go forward from this county where there isn't controversy in the position that we're taking.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that's a nice thought that we could do things without controversy, but to the director, if I may, is this particularly time sensitive? Would it be a problem if we deferred action until our next board meeting to have a more comprehensive discussion?
There's no meeting next week. That would be a 2-week. That would probably be all right. Like I said, it is in committee. Several counties I know have already taken action and are. The last time it began to rush out of committee, as I recall, it was pushed through. So that's how those things go. I mean, I don't mind having the discussion, but I've, written extensively about it. And as I said, our lobbyists, CSAC lobbyists, would like to meet with Mr. Howard's organization, but they're, negotiate higher limits and those sorts of things. They've just been unwilling to do that. I think the negotiation needs to happen at that level because it's a statewide initiative. It would affect public contract code. I mean, the board could direct me anytime they want to, how they want me to contract here in Mendocino County.
Right.
That's totally your prerogative.
Well, my feeling about this is that you have well documented it, and also being on general government last year, I remember the discussions, and you're saying it's essentially like AB 1409. I remembered at the time CSAC's strong encouragement to oppose this because what it meant for county governance. So I feel like the issues are pretty well vetted, and I think you do a cover memo to the board, and then you do a draft letter, which is, I'm sure, very similar. I didn't compare it to your one from last year, but so I think we need to move some of these things forward. I think there always is going to be opposition, but I think you've kind of raised some of the key components today in the discussion about how it would hamper your ability to use staff in what you think is appropriate manner and expedite smaller projects. So Supervisor Pinches.
Well, first of all, I don't think we've hampered any construction company in Mendocino County by our Department of Transportation taking work away from our contractors. All this does on minor projects, like Howard stated, you get into a small project and you're replacing a culvert, you think you got to replace 20 foot of it. You get in there, you dig up your road, you close your road, you find out you need to put in 40 or 60 feet. It gives our Department of Transportation the flexibility to go forward rather than stopping and going into a 71-day process of bidding out. We're not competing with our contractors in Mendocino County Department of Transportation. My God, in our rotary yard areas, we have 3 and 4 guys is all. That's our total crews. We're not competing with any. Our Department of Transportation does a great job on contracting out. This is just for minor stuff. Give our Department of Transportation the flexibility to do what they need to do as time happens. And we're trying to save money, but to go through a 71-day for a minor fix on a road or something to a 71-day bidding process when it might only take a day to fix the project is ridiculous. We got some minor equipment. We're not competing on big jobs but let's give our Department of Transportation the flexibility. We want them to go out there and keep over 1,000 miles of county roads open, but here we are trying to tie their hands.
Okay, let's go to Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Supervisor Pinches, I respect the Department of Transportation and our director. Thank you. Chair Smith, it was 2009 that actually the government, General Government Committee took this up.
I remember the discussion, yeah. Maybe not the year, but I remember being in the committee and talking about it, and the director was there, and we brought it to the board, and we had a discussion. So right now, we have a motion on the floor, and we have a second. So unless there's any plan to withdraw the motion, we need to move forward. Okay, I guess that we are going to move forward. So we'll vote by the buttons to make it easier. So is the clerk clear?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
I just wanted to say I am going to support the motion because the alternative is it would increase cost to the department, and I don't think we're in a position to be doing that.
All right, please vote.
Motion passes with Supervisor Brown and Hamburg dissenting.
All right, thank you.
No. Did you just have?
No.
His
You
button
changed
didn't
your,
work.
you changed your,
Press your button again. You want to recount the vote, please?
Yeah, why don't we maybe do a roll call?
it didn't work, right? Yeah, just go to the roll call. The buttons weren't illuminated fully on the screen, so something was not working.
But the clerk got it on her.
Well, I don't know.
But I had intended to vote yes, and somehow.
Something-
I didn't see a red light either.
No.
No, there was no red light. It was, just do the roll call, please.
Supervisor Brown,
No.
Supervisor McCowan,
Yes.
Supervisor Pinches,
Yes.
Supervisor Hamburg,
Yes.
Supervisor Chair Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes with Supervisor Brown dissenting.
Okay, moving to the last item on consent to try to wrap this up, we'll need a motion for item number 15. Supervisor McCowan.
I move that Supervisor Hamburg and I be appointed an ad hoc committee to redraft the letter in light of today's comments for the approval and signature of the chair.
I don't believe you need to be an ad hoc committee. I believe you just need to rework the,
Well, call it what you will. but-
Yeah, we don't need to
council says it's not an ad
form an
hoc.
ad hoc
Oh,
committee. We can just
okay, so
direct
the
Second.
supervisor, okay. Delete ad hoc.
okay. So we have a motion by Supervisor McCowan, and we have a second by Supervisor Brown to approve the letter with modifications by Supervisors Hamburg and McCowan for signature of the chair. All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
And that was the consent calendar.
That was the consent calendar, and it's now 5
The
minutes after 10.
non-controversial items
Okay.
requiring no discussion.
And that, we had, I'm just making a note that that also included the Air Quality Management District consent calendar.
Correct.
That's what I said.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can we do Director of Transportation?
Yes, we're going right to that next. We're
Okay.
going to item number 6A. We're going to the director's report with a special emphasis today on the countywide storm damage update. To the director, DeShield.
Again, good morning, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard Shield, Director of County Transportation. This is a good thing in that while a week ago we were in the midst of a storm, it's now clear and we're catching up. But as the report shows, at one point, we had 25 roads closed for at least a period of time, and there's still some pretty extensive damage out there. Want to thank the board for working with staff and doing the emergency declaration. That's helpful. The crews performed really well. I won't read the whole thing, but I will say one of those closed roads, Eel River Road, was a joint effort with the Lake and Mendocino County Sheriff's Department and the Lake and Mendocino County Public Works Department to get some access into Hall Mountain, where there were 3 campers that were stranded, and I have letters here from their parents with appreciation to the sheriff's offices in both counties and Admittedly, our crews just sort of had the equipment there to open the roads for them, but we try. You know, we're part of the team, so we like that when we get some credit, and the crews did really well.
Chair Supervisor Brown has a comment. Mr. DeShiel.
Yes.
When I found Lake County Search and Rescue lost in Potter Valley, I appreciate the fact that I did give your personal cell phone number as well as your home number, but I hope that helped get along, because you're the one person I knew if there was an alternate route to reach those kids, you would know which way to go up there.
And what is interesting about that, from the time I received my last report at about 6 to when they showed up around 8:30 or 9, a slide had actually blocked that, and then they went around and were still blocked. But the next morning, we let Lake County go through to open their road, and we opened ours, and we let the Forest Service go through. But the slide was coming down so thick, we'd have to move it aside, let them get their equipment through, move it aside, and more equipment go through. But yes, when I got that call, I told them how to get there, and then they called me back and said, "You just got a slide." So, yeah, it was a wild night.
Yes.
That was Thursday night, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board on this topic of the storm damage? Supervisor Pinches?
Well, if in the director's report, there's some pictures out there, and I'd like to refer your attention to the Bell Springs, the picture of the care.
I saw it.
Your crews, I don't think board members realize maybe when you're pushing, and where that picture's taken, they still have to go almost over 1,000-foot elevation higher than that. They were pushing drifts up to 18 foot high in an open air, no canopy on the tractors. You know, that's pretty cold, and it took them several days to get that road open. But there's a lot of people at the other end of Millstad Road that live out there, and after 5 or 6 days, they run out of propane or they run out of groceries. So it's really a safety issue. But I really want to commend, and especially the Laytonville and the Covelo Road Yards, but really especially the Laytonville. It's a 4-man crew. And, well, actually, they had one guy just quit. It's actually was a 5-man crew, but 4 people, including the foreman, did all of this. And it's really, with a person quitting, even though they had to expend a little bit of overtime, they probably got the roads opened with less dollars than they get on a normal budget because of the one person. But I just really wanted, Howard, if you can convey to those guys, I see them up there all the time and thank them, but it's really, I don't think most people realize what they have to go through in these heavy snowstorms, because we don't have a tractor in the road department that has an enclosed canopy. They're all open air canopies. And if you've never pushed snow in an open air canopy, it's quite an experience. At the end of the afternoon, your legs are frozen, you can't even stand up. So I just wanted you to, if you can pass that on.
Oh, just one more thing, because I know you're late, but for 6 years now, Supervisor Pinches has wanted us to get an excavator, which we did this last year. And the one slide that let the emergency services through on Eel River Road, there were rocks as big as this table, and we wouldn't have lifted them with anything else but our excavator. So there you go, Supervisor.
Paying off already.
So do we have any public comment on the director's report and storm damage? Okay, seeing none. Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Howard, for, I was traveling on some of these roads that were damaged, that had trees falling across them and lots of slides, and, I saw our Mendocino County trucks out there, and just made me realize again that there are other departments besides the Sheriff Department that sometimes work 24/7. So, yeah, thanks for what you crews do. The other thing I really appreciate is when I get something from a constituent saying they got a road problem, and I let you know, I always hear back within 24 hours at the latest. And it really makes my constituents feel good to know that the DOT is there looking out for them.
You
Thank
bet.
you.
Well, I'll pass on all your nice comments to the crews.
Thank you, Director, very much.
And my constituents can't send you a letter of appreciation because their mailboxes are still under the snow.
And my constituents' internet is down, so they can't email you.
Okay, moving on, since we are late. We're moving on to a timed item for 9:30. This is discussion and direction to staff regarding preparation of an ordinance regulating single-use carry-out bags. We'll go to Supervisors McCowan and Hamburg.
Did you see that picture? What's that? Did you see that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is simply an item to start the process of adopting an ordinance that would ban single-use carry-out plastic bags in the unincorporated area of Mendocino County and impose a 10% charge for paper bags used at the point of purchase by customers. It would exempt smaller bags of 250 cubic inches or below, and also bags used for prepared food of 440 cubic inches or below, which would encompass the most commonly used size at fast food outlets and so forth. It would, the way that it's currently envisioned is there would be a delay of 6 months before implementation for major grocery store outlets and larger pharmacies, and for restaurants, food establishments with a drive-through window. For everyone else, it would then become effective 18 months after adoption. So there would be an additional year for smaller retailers to use up their existing stock of bags and get used to the new idea that this would become the law in Mendocino County, and also for their customers to adjust to it. A lot of it's just changing the habits of people. Everyone knows there's a lot of environmental consequences with the plastic bags, but looking more closely at it, there are also significant environmental implications with paper bags, use of energy and resources being the principal ones, I think. The City of Fort Bragg previously acted on February 14th in support of a very similar ordinance. The City of Ukiah will be considering it April 20th, and I expect that they would also support. And Mike Sweeney, General Manager of the Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority, who is present today, had previously made the offer that he would prepare an environmental impact report for any member jurisdiction so requesting. Fort Bragg did make the request. The Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority Board of Commissioners then approved that request, and also with the idea that Mr. Sweeney could prepare the EIR for any jurisdiction. An EIR is necessary because previous efforts to ban plastic bags and institute a charge for paper that did not have an EIR have been successfully challenged in court. In cases where an EIR has been prepared, those ordinances have not even been challenged. So it's also significant that the statewide Grocers Association has endorsed a bill very similar to what Mendocino County is considering, and I simply think it's an idea whose time has more than come. It's time we move forward with this in Mendocino County.
Supervisor Brown.
Why don't we let Supervisor Hamburg
Okay,
go
go ahead,
first?
Supervisor.
Okay, I just want to add a few things. I know that John meant 10 cents and not 10% on that
Yes.
charge on
Thank you.
the paper bags. This is not just about changing public behavior, it's about changing my behavior, because I have a tendency to bring my canvas bags when I go shopping at the co-op, because they have a big sign on the wall that says, "Did you forget your bags?" But invariably, when I go into other stores to buy things, I forget to do that. And so I think all of us, including the 5 of us sitting here, would do well to, have a little behavior modification in terms of not utilizing resources that we really don't need to utilize. It's just common practice in other countries that when people go shopping, they bring their bags. I mean, all over Europe, people don't expect to get a bag when they check out of a store. They bring their bags. So we could do the same thing. John did mention that the challenges have been, the successful challenges to these ordinances have been from the plastics industry, which is not very hard to imagine why. Also, I want to comment that the EIR, which General Manager Mike Sweeney has offered to prepare, he assured us that was mostly a cut and paste effort, and that other jurisdictions who've already done EIRs have done most of the legwork. So that sort of minimizes the pressure, I hope, on the General Manager to prepare that. Finally, I just want to say that I've heard about these plastic bag ordinances, but the first I really heard about it locally was from two Ukiah High School students, Lindsay Maurer and Devin Hill. And they were the first ones that I knew of, here inland anyway, who started going around to all the stores. These were kids who were part of the Ukiah High School Environmental Club. They decided to take on this issue and let merchants in the Ukiah area know about this. So I really want to thank them. I wish they were here, but Lindsay and Devin and all the members of the Environmental Club really kicked this off inland. And I know that Mary Ann Landis, who's carrying the ball at the Ukiah City Council, worked closely with that Environmental Club. I also just want to note that our chair, Kendall Smith, worked with Meg Courtney, who's in the audience, and Jerry Mello and others from the Fort Bragg area to move this along. I think Fort Bragg, really took the lead. Obviously, they're the first jurisdiction to pass this kind of a plastic bag ban. So I want to thank them and just concur with the comments made by my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Brown.
Did you? Okay. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask, because I did see intense lobbying by the plastic bag industry. Where are these plastic bags manufactured for the most part? And I guess that's also a question. Is it offshore? Because most of our manufacturing has gone to other countries. But I guess that's a question I have in my mind, as well as with paper and cloth bags that we use. And by going to cloth, I have found there's other health issues that can occur. And so if we go forward with this ordinance, I hope we, through public health or something else, I hope we have an educational component to go with it. So, and actually, I'm a daughter of parents that went through the, what we're going through now. Depression. Depression. Went right out of my mind. Thank you. And I reuse every bag, whether it be plastic, paper, or cloth. I'm very frugal about that. So anyway, I just wanted to make those comments, and I really would like to know, with this plastic bag industry, where do they manufacture? Is it here, or is it in another country?
Okay, I think I really want to move on to getting in public comment because I know Councilmember Courtney, and I wanted to, she wanted to speak, address the board, and I have some questions for her from a survey that she did, but we'll go first to Supervisor Pinches.
Well, first of all, this is kind of like spitting on a wildfire. If we want to keep the plastic out, the rivers or streams, that's the main reason, right? Then why don't the marijuana industry probably puts 1,000 times more plastics in our rivers and streams than the plastic bag ordinance. I support the plastic bag ordinance by itself, but I don't think you need to tie it to charging. First of all, we're in timber country. Timber industry is still a viable industry in Mendocino County. And bags, paper bags, are made from timber. They're wood chips and whatnot, the byproducts of our sawed lumber. So, and I was in a grocery store and retail business for years. I think that should be up to the individuals that own the stores, whether they want to charge for a paper bag. or give it to the pay. Because a lot of small grocery stores and whatnot print a logo on their bags, on their paper bags, and they want to put out their advertisement, maybe their phone number. Why do we have to get in the business of charging for that? And it even says in this ordinance, you want to keep a separate sales item on for that, you know. For instance, Walmart right now, they charge 15 cents for a bag, but they charge a sales tax on that bag. So it's really 16 cents. And they're probably making more percentage on profit on those bags than any item they have in their store. Probably for a 2-cent bag, they'd love to charge and say, well, we're not doing it. The county of Mendocino says you have to do it. So if we have a ban plastic bag ordinance, just leave it at that. And then we get into how many code enforcement violations we have on the books in this county. It's over 1,000. And now we're going to put our CEO, we're going to call her the bag lady. She's in charge of being the ordinances. You know, she's going to be an enforcement officer of this. It's really, if you read some of the captions in this ordinance, it says, on or after 12 months of the ordinance, a store may provide reusable grocery bags to customers at no cost, only when combined with a time-limited store promotional program. Who's going to enforce that? Is a store going to say, well, yeah, I'm promoting my business, so these are the bags I'm giving away? But they can only do it for... That's government interfering with private industries. You got no business doing that. If you want to have a plastic bag ordinance, just have a simple plastic bag ordinance that says that you ban these bags and leave it at that.
Supervisor Pinches, I'd like to get some of our professional, the professional expertise here coming forward. Mr. Sweeney, if you would come forward, please, and Ms. Courtney, you could both sit at the table, because I think Mr. Sweeney can answer some of your questions. And I do believe, Supervisor, that as the EIR process and the draft ordinance gets full vetting in the community, that some of your concerns and questions will be answered. And I do want to ask
what's clogging up our rivers and streams is the bigger trash bags, the black ones.
Well, I think we need to figure out how we're going to get buy-in from our local community, and it's not going to be necessarily the big box stores, because that's not the primary business that we have in this county. And Ms. Courtney did an actual on-the-ground discussion points in terms of a tour of Fort Bragg. And Fort Bragg already has the support of Tom Honer at Harvest Market, and I believe Phil Johnson of Purity, that are very much in support of the ban. And Supervisor Hamburg, to your point, Harvest carries it one step further. They have signs in the parking lot, don't forget your bags, so you to not get out of the car without them. So there's some good support, and I think some of the other smaller businesses are challenged and with the concept, and that's why Councilmember Courtney and Councilmember Mello, we're trying to really orchestrate, I think, a two-way feedback situation, hearing from them and then trying to create an educational conduit at the same time. So maybe you could comment, because I know you need to get on to another appointment, and then we'll go to Mr. Sweeney.
I just want to say, Supervisors, Chair Smith, I did a walk around downtown Fort Bragg and talked to several of the retailers, and interestingly, the grocers are totally behind this. There's no problem at all. They quote hate hate plastic bags, and I've talked to all the grocers in Fort Bragg. The problem with the downtown business people is that they say, oh no, this is one more thing we have to do, charge for the paper bag. And so I can understand that. They feel already that they're under pretty onerous circumstances given this depression we're in, and so they don't want one more thing. But it is, in fact, it's not a tax, it is a line item, but they recoup the cost for the paper bag, which probably costs more than a dime anyway. But we're trying to ameliorate that by, first of all, stressing that this really is a mind-changing, culture-changing thing we're trying to do. Excuse me. And we're going to have, I think, signs next to cash registers so that the city or the county or whoever institutes this can take the blame, take the rap, say, look, this bad city of Fort Bragg's making us do this. We're also, Mary Ann Landis suggested having a dime bowl next to the counter, saying, you know, if you really have trouble with this, take a dime or put a dime in. So it would be a way to I don't know, and make maybe even fun to make this transition from the onerousness of charging a dime to really getting with the program. I'm sorry, it's not nerves, it's the way I operate here. Excuse me. So, I think we'll succeed in this, and it really is way past time that we all have this consciousness, because we are ruining our oceans and ruining our environment, and it's just, you know, not even thought of in Europe. That's just the way you do business, is bring a bag. So, thank you.
Mr. Sweeney, any comments to Supervisor Pinch's concerns on that portion of the ordinance? I mean, you have examined a multitude of these ordinances from other jurisdictions, so do you have any comment on the efficiencies or the specifics that need to be included and why they need to be included to have the ordinance be effective?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike Sweeney, General Manager, Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority. First, I'd like to provide some information in response to Supervisor Brown's question about the origin of plastic bags. According to the information I have from the San Jose EIR, which I've been looking at very carefully recently, the plastic bag industry indicates that 85% approximately of the bags are manufactured domestically from natural gas as the feedstock, and approximately 15% come from petroleum feedstock, which are presumably imported. But in the world economy today, something like that could change very quickly. But that's the information that I have. I'd like to point out that Mendocino County and the city of Ukiah are uniquely benefited by the initiative of the Walmart Corporation, which has tried to be environmentally responsible on a system-wide level, and they instituted a program with 4 stores in their entire worldwide system to begin charging for bags, eliminating single-use plastic bags, and instead providing reusable bags in 2 styles, a more durable one for 99 cents approximately, and a less durable but still reusable bag for 15 cents. And we were very fortunate to have Ukiah picked as one of the 4 stores, and this has been going on for some time now, over a year. And I think that it is a tremendous opportunity for us to follow in the footsteps of this corporation and to give them the support which I think they're entitled to by making their competitors in the retail industry take the same environmentally responsible step. That's why I'm very much looking forward to the county proceeding with an ordinance of this kind, which will enable the city of Ukiah to do the same. Ukiah, of course, has the direct jurisdiction over the Walmart. But the reason why there's a synergy between the 2 jurisdictions is because this could have a major effect, a major transition like this on the competitive stance of stores in the same line of business, particularly grocery stores. And we do have a situation where there's a major grocery store in the county, I think 2 in the county right on the border of Ukiah. So we would want Ukiah and the county to move ahead at the same time with a policy like this, if it is all possible. Getting to the question as to paper bags, why them in addition to plastic bags subject to regulation, I think the question there is whether you believe that energy use is something of environmental concern. If you simply eliminate plastic bags at the carryout level, as San Francisco did in 2007, the stores tend to switch to paper bags. And as several studies have indicated, it actually takes more energy to manufacture, transport, distribute paper bags than plastic bags because of their greater weight and the material they're made of. So if we did as Supervisor Pinch has suggested and merely had a regulation that eliminated plastic carryout bags, the very likely effect would be to result in a net increase in the consumption of energy and therefore emissions for the bags that are provided to Mendocino County. So that's a choice that you can make. The counter argument, of course, is that if civilization is going to survive in its present form, we have to do something about our consumption of energy and our waste of energy in all forms, not just vehicles, but in every other aspect of production and commodities. And this is a very good example. So that's the question that should be grappled with by this body and others who are approaching this issue.
Good, thank you. Supervisor Pinches.
Well, I would contend that if you don't allow them to have paper bags, when people take their home stuff, they put their trash after they've had dinner or something that goes in a paper bag. But if you don't allow the paper bags, or they have to charge for them, then they're going to use the bigger plastic bags, and that puts more plastic at higher volumes of plastic in the waste stream. So I think, you know, what are we going to do? We're going to start making an ordinance to make sure that grocery stores charge for parking before you go in the store. Why don't we let the free enterprise system ban the paper bags or the plastic, and let free enterprise take care of it? If they want to give a paper bag away, or if they want to charge for them, whatever. I don't know why. We have no way of really enforcing this ordinance. But, you know, just simply ban the plastic bags. I would support some kind of a further ban on the bigger ones too, or something. That's if you go to these rivers and streams and you look along the edges, the bigger plastic, the heavier volume, that's the real problem. But nobody wants to go out to the small little bags in stores. And we're not going to go out to the food ones. So that's where the most of them end up along the highways, is from McDonald's or something. But why not give the stores, the retailers, the option? Walmart charges for a 2-cent bag, they charge 16 cents. They're making a better percentage of profit on them than anything in their store. You know, these bags, you say 10 cents, the paper bag don't cost anywhere near 10 cents, even when you print your logo on them, because you buy them by the thousands. But I don't know why we have to try to manipulate what the private sector is doing. If everybody bans plastic bags, leave it at that. But give them some options, because, you know, most people carry out, and a lot of people, like Dan says, they forget their bags or don't get it. They're not going to run back home to get their reusable bags, because that'd take more energy. They're going to say, you got to have some option in a store. And, you know, low-income people, when you have to, most people go to the store. I mean, you see a lot of families when they go shopping, they might have 2 cartloads of groceries. You know, bags is going to amount to, if they have to buy them, $10 or a couple dollars.
Supervisor, I think this is about a re-educational moment.
Well,
I mean, the teaching, they call it, you know, the teaching moment.
Yeah.
I mean,
here we got a major problem with piles of trash in this county.
Yes.
And piles of old wrecked cars.
And there's many ways
but
to
yet
get,
we're going after plastic bags,
well, there's many,
only at a small level. The most volume of plastic bags are the big black bags.
But I think we can have a more robust discussion on this when staff has done the EIR. I was at the Fort Bragg and participated in the Fort Bragg discussion, and there was a lot of discussion about the content of the EIR, meaning that it should be as broad as possible, because you can always scale back an ordinance. So that was how they decided to roll it out, with Mr. Sweeney's suggestion of handling it in that manner. I believe if you read the specific draft ordinance that's here, you'll see that there are some exemption points. Councilmember Courtney has addressed those. They talked about them in Fort Bragg, about the very small size bags, those wouldn't be charged for, and so forth. Let's go to public comment. I want to make sure that we've covered everyone that may want to comment on this topic, then we'll bring it back to the board, and we do need to move along. Seeing no one else for public comment, we'll go back to the board for action. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot Mr. Rose. Apologies. I had it earlier, and it's the first time I've ever overlooked you. I'll commit to it being the last. And there's a 10-cent fee to speak.
Hi, my name is J.R. Rose, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, people here. A few comments I want to make. I carry my own bags when I go to the grocery stores and stuff, and I'm going to recommend one of the first people that started this was Grocery Outlet here on they're on the border of the county and this city. They were the first ones to start it, and so does Rayleigh's, and so does Lucky's, and so does Food Max. But the difference between them is if you take your bag in there, they give you credit for your bag. You go to Walmart, nothing. And I've talked to Walmart personnel about giving a refund to the customers that brings bags in, you know, to carry their stuff out. Nah, they're not. Well, Walmart's not interested. So when you take this ordinance into consideration, you need to also consider that if they're going to do this and this ordinance is going to go through, the people that apply with this ordinance, that comply with it, should get something back for what they do. Like Lucky's, you to go in, they give me a credit back. I go into Rayleigh's, they give me a credit back. I go into the other stores, I carry my bags. I get a credit for bringing my bags in. I go into Walmart, nah. So it's, in my days when we were young, we used to get boxes, and we put the boxes, put them in the back of the pickup. We had great big cardboard boxes, and we reused those cardboard boxes. Paper bags were great, but in time they deteriorated just like anything else, and they went into it. But in our old days, we used to burn our garbage, not when we had to send it to the garbage people now. We used to have incinerators, and we used to incinerate our stuff, and we didn't have to use garbage collectors at the time, but things have changed, and a lot of things done. And I agree with you, John, there's a lot of pollution out there in the creeks, but I also agree with we need some help in the environmental to keep our stuff and streams clean. But so when you consider this ordinance, also consider the fact is to consider the people that actually comply with it, and see if these companies won't reimburse back to the people that comply with it. And like I said, I'm not very happy with Walmart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
Chair
Supervisor
Smith,
Brown.
just fairness and advertising, JR mentioned several grocery stores. Safeway also gives you credit for bringing bags in.
Oh, do that.
Okay, back to the board for action. Supervisor McCowan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I do want to thank Councilmember Courtney for bringing this forward at Fort Bragg and, getting the ball rolling on moving forward with this. I certainly want to thank General Manager Sweeney for his generous offer to prepare the EIR, because although there is a draft EIR that has been prepared by the California Green Cities Coalition, I think it is, that draft EIR does have to be custom tailored to each member jurisdiction. So assuming Ukiah follows through and we take action today, Mr. Sweeney will be preparing at least 3 EIRs, one for City of Fort Bragg, City of Ukiah, and County of Mendocino. So that's a considerable undertaking that is going to involve, I'm sure, quite a bit of Mr. Sweeney's time. So I really think we more than get our money's worth out of the Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority. I also want to say Supervisor Hamburg and I met with Council members Landis and Thomas from the City of Ukiah. Then subsequently, we've been in an email conversation with Councilmember Courtney, and she's also on a committee with Councilmember Jurdy on this issue, I believe. And so there's a real intention to have the ordinances be similar so that it will be easy for the public, it'll be easy for the business owners, no matter where they live or where their business is located, to understand what is required in order to comply with the ordinance. And I would expect, and I hope the board would not have any concerns if that process continues as we go forward developing the ordinance, and to make sure that what ultimately comes back to us for approval will be consistent with what the other jurisdictions are doing. So the draft ordinance that is included today is really kind of an example or a model of what the ordinance could be. We've already discussed that the implementation dates are going to change a little, that it'll be 2-tiered for the earlier tier kicking in at 6 months for the larger stores, and with everyone else following at 18 months after implementation. So with that explanation, I would move approval of the recommended action.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second for the action before us, which I am in total support of, and I hope that we all support this. I did want to clarify, though, I already have been working with the city of Fort Bragg and plan to continue to do that. So, council, there's no problem with that, right? It's brought to the board now it's going forward to staff. It would be my intention to continue. We're talking about some outreach efforts on the coast that we wanted to do in a public fashion, so I would just express that I would be planning to continue that dialogue and relationship with the city. Supervisor Pinches.
Section .020 is really an opt-out provision. It says that the store may charge a lesser amount if it submits a full accounting to the county signed by the responsible manager under penalty of perjury that identifies all costs. In other words, we're going to be auditing stores about how much they paid for the bag. Who's going to do this? What department or what are we going to assign this process to?
Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I see Mr. Sweeney has a comment, but I'd just like to say that this isn't going to be something that's going to involve any significant amount of staff time. The entire thrust of this is educational to achieve compliance, and as we've seen, the industry is actually ahead of government on this, with Harvest Market having been doing this for years, I believe, Walmart going in this direction, at least locally, and other stores. And particularly the bigger stores, they're simply going to fall in line and comply. It's not going to be an issue. And that last provision is simply if a store is legitimately paying less for the bags than the 10-cent charge, it allows them a mechanism to seek approval to charge their customers that lesser amount. It'll be their option if they want to go forward with it. But, you know, I think the objections are really more to the form than the substance. This is not going to be a problem.
All right.
Did Mike want to say something?
Mr. Sweeney, did you want to
I
comment on that?
just wanted to say that I would be wanting to offer the services of the Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority during the initial phases of the introduction of an ordinance like this to do some of that work you mentioned in terms of monitoring the compliance. Ultimately, if it reaches the point of penalties being assessed, that would be other county departments. But I would agree with Supervisor McGowan that based on the experience in other jurisdictions, there is going to be widespread compliance with this. We already know that the larger retail chains understand this program and are willing to cooperate with it. In essence, what government is doing here is performing one of its legitimate functions, which is to set a level playing field for certain acts of commerce. And that's the aspect here is that the reason why we have waste of single-use carryout bags is because it's become a competitive measure that retailers have introduced. And if it's going to be changed, it needs to be changed so it applies evenly to all retail stores so there's no competitive advantage or disadvantage. And I think the larger retail chains have come to understand this, as evidenced by the fact that the California Grocers Association, which represents the larger supermarkets and some other retailers, came to support the latest state bill, AB, I can't remember the number, the Browning bill that almost passed last year. They endorsed that bill because they realized that if all chains, all their competitors had to follow the same rules, there would be no competitive advantage or disadvantage. And as they thought about it, the prospect of being able to recover the very substantial costs that they incur to give away free bags, to be able to recover those costs didn't sound so bad at the end of the day after some contemplation. And that's really all that's being proposed by this ordinance in the area of the paper bags, the permissible forms of bags, is that it merely requires that the store recover its cost to provide that bag, which means that people like myself and some of the others here who presently bring a reusable bag will no longer be required to subsidize waste out of the amount we pay for goods and services at stores, which we presently do, because the bags that are given away are not free. They are subsidized by what we all pay for goods and services at stores. And hopefully we can move beyond that to follow the European model of eliminating the waste and having reusable bags whenever we shop.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Courtney.
I also want to say that we are looking at this ordinance, the draft ordinance, and changing it as we review it. I mean, for instance, there's a section here talks about the hardship exemption and how the city manager is going to be overseeing this and kind of interfering, and I think that's something our city manager is not really attracted to do. So I think we can eliminate a few things that seem complex and overreaching. So this is just the draft. The idea is to get the education out and not have those pesky plastic bags everywhere in our world.
Good, thank you. Supervisor Pinches, and then
So-
we're going to vote.
You're saying that this ordinance that's in our package is not the one that's going to be coming forward?
We've taken it to our city attorney, and he's had questions about some things, and so we're working with that, and then we'll be working with Mike Sweeney. So this particular thing is getting modified.
Well, let me add a proviso there. I believe it's very close to what will be brought forward for first reading at the different jurisdictions.
Okay, so seeing no more comments, and the clerk is clear on the motion, we have that well documented, so we'll vote by the buttons, please.
Motion passes with Supervisor Pinches dissenting.
Great, thank you very
So,
much.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor-
if I may,
yes.
so this is now going to go to Janine to work on this. And I just want to sort of concur with Supervisor Pinches that, wherever we can eliminate language that is unnecessary and maybe somewhat over the top. And the example to me is in the very first line of the ordinance under legislative findings that single-use carryout bags create a threat to public health and safety. And I think if we just use words like degrades public health and safety, or I don't know, I think we sometimes tend to be a little over the top in some of the things that we put into these ordinances. And I realize that we can't enforce many of these things, and I hope that what Councilmember Courtney brought up about especially smaller retail establishments using creative means to encourage compliance, making it more a thing where, we're all trying to do this together as a community and maybe have a dime jar kind of thing, and if somebody doesn't want to pay, well, somebody else sticks in a dime to cover them. I don't know, but just, this is to change behavior. It's not to try to create this this terrible minefield that people are going to be, stuck in. So, anyway, thank you, Meg, for all your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your efforts. All right, moving forward, we're going to item number 10B. This is discussion and possible action regarding appointments to an advisory committee to adjust supervisorial district boundaries for the County of Mendocino. We will go now to County Council. She is the sponsor of this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you recall, the board addressed this issue a couple of weeks ago. And subsequent to that meeting, staff got together and we essentially directed the clerk of the board's office to publish the application process in newspapers all over this county. We received many applications. However, we did not receive any applications from the 3rd district. So what we're going to do today is staff is going to go ahead and draw names from the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th districts, and then we will put the remaining names into the 3rd district pile and draw 2 additional names. But it's unfortunate that we didn't receive any applications, even though we did publish in newspapers up in North County. And I think Supervisor Pinches did some outreach as well. So with that, I think the clerk's going to go ahead and
Okay,
select the
Supervisor Brown
names
has a
unless the
comment.
board has any comment.
Supervisor Brown.
Yes, I also read the advertisement, and people were immediately calling and wanting to know what to do. I had some concerns when I saw that, like the number of hours. I mean, it sounded like, oh my gosh, which I think the oh my gosh and the hours and hours that I saw happen in the past happened to be in 2000, not 2000, but what would it be, 1991 or 2, where they did a complete redistricting, where After the 2000 census, basically they just tweaked a little bit to comply with the number of voters in each district. So I had a concern about those hours, and I want it better clarified. I also would suggest, if this is what you believe is going to happen, lots of hours, that maybe during this drawing we look at having alternates. And then one person from the coastal area, I don't know, 4th or 5th district resident, that wanted to submit her name, asked me the question if teleconferencing would be an option, and I know we have that ability. So people from the coast are not having to drive all the way inland or inland all the way to the coast. So I guess those are my remarks, and I don't know what my colleagues think of the 3 points that I made.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think it's unfortunate that we have no applicants from the 3rd District, but I'm a little concerned that we're going to substitute citizens of other districts for those 3rd District representatives, and that obviously is an idea that came from staff. I'd like to hear Supervisor Pinch's thoughts on the subject, but I'm just wondering why we would do that rather than simply leave those slots blank.
Well, that would be fine. It's up to the board. You would requested a 10-member committee, and certainly we can go down to an 8-member committee. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's really up to you all.
Supervisor Pinchas.
Well, I talked to several people, and a lot of people are interested in serving on this committee, but, you know, the time, 60 to 80 hours, and not only that, you know, you realize from coming from the North County, gas is over $4 a gallon now, and that's a huge commitment. Nobody can go to their employer and say, hey, I'm going to take a few days off to go serve on this committee. You know, I mean, they might lose their job over it. I mean, it's a real, you know, it's not that the interest isn't there. Certainly the interest is there, but it's just, it's a financial decision that people made. It's like, you don't commit when you're having a hard time feeding your family, you don't commit to 70 hours, 70, 80 hours worth of travel and work and out of the county, come to the middle of the county or all of the county. It's a financial commitment, and people are struggling out there. And I don't, you know, and ultimately this comes back to the board anyway. So I'll do my work when it comes back. Yeah. But I probably if it was a 10-person committee, I'd like to think that any 10-person committee is certainly going to have the interests of the North County involved. But this is just an advisory committee. It does come back to this board.
That's correct.
And I'll not relinquish my vote at that time.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor McCowan.
So then you're fine with drawing in additional 2 names?
Yeah.
I wonder if it would make sense to, you know, to have possibly ensure better geographical representation, combine the 4th and 5th and draw one from that, and the 1st and 2nd and draw one for that.
I think, Supervisor, your first suggestion was the clearest and the best one. I agree with that. I really don't think that you substitute other district names. I mean, if the 3rd District doesn't have it, I think it's an 8-member committee. I think we'd be pushed to how we would have arrived at that. That's one option. You're just now saying a second option with 4th and 5th, but I think any of them are sort of grasping at straws with respect to try to make it a 10-member committee. If we didn't have any applicants under the time frame for the 3rd, I think we just leave that blank and we go forward with 8. I think that makes the most sense.
Well, I'm going to pose that, even though the persons may not be from the 3rd District, they can still, I mean, I know a lot of hundreds, maybe thousands of people in Mendocino County that I feel could represent the 3rd District. So I want 2 people there to represent the 3rd District. They may not be from the 3rd District, they can still represent the 3rd District.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I actually favor the option that County Council has recommended. But I would like to hear, maybe we'll have 2 alternates picked out of when we bunch them together, or do we not, in case somebody cannot continue to serve. So, you know, I'm just throwing that out there, and if you feel it's not worth discussion, that's fine too. My feelings aren't hurt. But I do think we should go forward. We've really kind of taken all morning to do a lot of things.
We're going to go forward. So Supervisor
Just a
Pinchas?
final question.
Okay, final.
I can't question for county council. When are these 10 names going to be disclosed?
Right now.
Right now?
Yeah.
So I, as a supervisor, can go talk to any of them about my feelings.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. With respect to the alternates, since this is an advisory committee, I would recommend let's stick with 10 because it is a Brown Act committee, so the committee meetings will be open to the public. And yes, we can do teleconferencing. We have that capability as long as we notice it properly. And so I think we're going to, we can
I'm fine with
adjust
that.
for that.
I mean, to me, it's not that big of a deal. I just thought Supervisor McCowan's first comment made the most logical sense. Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, I don't understand why we're going to what number 9 and number 10 are, because Supervisor Pinchas seemed to indicate that those people would not be from the 3rd, but they would be somehow representing the 3rd.
Not really. I think the committee members are going to be looking at the entire picture.
Countywide.
But if you want 10, we can draw
But
10
they
names.
will keep the 3rd district in mind just the same as they do the 5th and the 4th.
But the question is, John, do we necessarily want a 10-member committee? What's wrong with an 8-member committee?
Because that's what we originally started with.
But that was with the assumption that we'd have 2 members from each of the 5 districts.
I think we took
Now
action.
we only have 4 districts
No,
represented.
I think we
we're not
took
eliminating
action
3rd district.
for the 10.
We just don't
Well,
have 2 reps from the 3rd district.
You know, to council, I'm not sure that if we go ahead and draw 2 additional names, that it's going to be consistent with the motion we passed.
Yeah,
I really
that's my
doubt.
question.
I really doubt that it is. I really think that we have to leave it vacant if there are no 3rd district applicants, which we don't have. I really think we just need to move forward with 8.
That's fine. It's up to the board.
Well, I would say that we're on safer ground, because we didn't talk about a motion that would, if there are no applicants from one particular supervisorial district, we'd substitute other names. We didn't say that.
We have public
So
input.
we have
So is that-
Mr. Tony Shaw to come forward. And I had not forgotten public comment.
I didn't fill out a form, so thank you for recognizing me. I think what it really boils down to is the instructions to the committee members. If the committee members are going to be instructed to look after the best interests of the whole county, then I don't really think it matters what the number is, because they're going to be looking holistically. But if they're going to be given instructions that they're going to be looking out for special districts, then I think it's a point that the board needs to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Back to Supervisor Brown.
I want to go forward now, so let's make a decision
Okay,
and
so
get
are
to
we
the
going to just have
lottery.
8 members? Is that the thinking of the board?
That's my thinking.
It's my
John's.
thinking.
Maybe we need to vote.
I think 8 would be more consistent with the original direction, which was to draw 2 from each. And
That's
if
right.
2 aren't available, they aren't.
They aren't. Supervisor Brown, do you concur with that?
I do.
Okay.
I don't, if you want to get technical, it's not agendized. Look at your agenda summary. The board has chosen to appoint a 10 members as advisory. That's what the agenda summary says.
We didn't get
If you're going to
applicants.
change that, let's re-agendize this and say we're only going to appoint 8.
Well, but we didn't have citizen members that followed through. I don't think under our last motion, we can follow through. It was very
It
clear.
didn't say that in this. It says that the board.
This is just an
going to
agenda summary.
appoint-
This is just a summary, and it may not be accurately worded or fully worded.
Well, the board had previously stated that they wanted a 10-member committee. Supervisor Pinchas is correct in that regard. And the way we came up with the 10-member committee is 2 members from each district.
Right.
Certainly, the board today can decide to have a 5-member committee if they want to change their minds. But at this point, you did decide to have a 10-member committee. How you want to do that, and if you want to reduce it to an 8-member, I don't have a problem with that. We would just like to get the committee formed so that we can
What if
start
nobody
working.
in Carrie's district never applied? Then would that mean we made a 6-member committee?
I'm saying it's up to the board.
It's up to us. So board, what is your preference, if we can?
I would like to move that we appoint a 8-member committee with 2 members from each of the 4 supervisorial districts and no members from the 3rd supervisorial district. And the committee will be briefed at the beginning of the process that they are to represent not only their individual district, which in within which they reside, but the entire county.
And that's what they will, that's the information they will receive when we're going to do a brief training with them at their first meeting.
Okay, that's my motion.
Supervisor Brown.
Supervisor Hamburg, I can second that motion if you'll amend it to say the reason, give a caveat, the reason we're without third district is because no applications were turned in. I'd rather have that in the motion historically.
If the clerk can take
People
care of
look
that,
back.
that's just fine with me.
That's how I was going to suggest that exact concept and say something like, since no applications were received from the third district, after he said it's going to be from which districts he cited. Or you could just say with the exception of the third district, since no third district applicants
I'd like to ask
apply.
county council a legal question. With this
Supervisor Pinches.
With this agendized, that we're appointing a 10-person committee,
Well-
how can we just arbitrarily change the date?
Because at the time that this was agendized, we didn't
This
have.
was a notice public agendized item though.
Yeah.
How can we just arbitrarily change it after the fact?
But it's consistent with the agenda title. Read the agenda title. It's what, the action is
Appointments to an
consistent.
advisory committee.
This is just an appointment to the advisory committee. At the time the agenda was posted, it was prior to the deadline, 5 o'clock deadline for receipt of applications.
On April 1st.
We didn't have applications after 5 o'clock on April 1st.
Right.
Again, it's up to the board. We will work with an 8-member committee or a 10-member committee.
Okay, we have a motion now that it's been somewhat amended. Maybe the clerk would read it by Supervisor Hamburg with a second by Supervisor Brown.
Motion by Supervisor Hamburg, seconded by Supervisor Brown, to form a redistricting committee with 2 members from each supervisorial district, with the exception of the 3rd district, due to no applications having been submitted.
I think it ought to say Citizens Advisory Committee.
So noted.
That's what it is, right? No problem. Okay, so we all understand that. So all in favor of the motion on how we're going to move forward, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
So we have, motion passes with Supervisor Pinches dissenting for that piece. Now we'll move forward. Back to council. Where do we go now? We're
So
going to
the
go
clerk will go ahead and draw the names.
Okay.
We'll start with District Number 1. The first name is Catherine Elliott. The second name is Jim Mayfield. On to the second district. Christian Louise. Eric Crane. With the fourth district. Maribel Anderson. Mark Leroy. And with the 5th district, Tiffany Gibson. Mark Scaramella.
All right. So we have the 8-member committee. And that's all in this for today, right?
That's all we need.
Okay. All right, that concludes.
Chair Smith.
Yes. Supervisor Brown.
It's been 2 hours. Do we get a 5-minute?
Yes, we can have a 5-minute break, of course.
Yeah. He writes for the AVA.
Oh, yeah. He skewers us every week.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry about what I did.
You might not be that guy.
I know.
Go to the CEO. Item number 5C, discussion of possible action regarding Board of Supervisors compensation in accordance with County Ordinance Section 3.04.071.
Madam Chair, thank you. As stated, this item is per county ordinance that the board compensation must be reviewed the first meeting in April of every odd year. Today, I'm bringing this item forward for your review and action. This year, we did not convene a Citizens Advisory Committee. In 2009, we did convene a Citizens Advisory Committee, and those recommendations from that committee were brought forward to this board. So the action today is to accept the CEO report regarding Mendocino County Board of Supervisors salaries and let the 2009 Mendocino County Citizens Advisory recommendations stand. And those recommendations are in your packet.
All right, we'll go to Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. After we received the Citizens Advisory Report, thank you. My microphone was off. After receiving the Citizens Advisory Report and accepting it and moving forward, we did take some action involving other electeds and their positions. And we are in between an election year. I would have to ask County Council probably to come back with a report, but we're in between an election year for supervisors. Certainly, you know, we should look at, I believe the other electeds, we did reduce their salaries by 10%. And there was a detachment between from the department head and cost of living raises each year. So I would like this board to consider at this time looking at, it would be 3 supervisors in the future that if we took action and approved it, that would be making less than 2 others. But this is an opportunity to move forward, and I think it demonstrates leadership for the county and all employees and other elected officials that we consider the 10% permanently on the salaries that supervisors make.
You know, Supervisor Brown, to your point, we did do exactly that with respect to the other elected officials, and we all probably remember there was a timing issue because it had to be done prior to their filing date because the salary was set, the filing fees were set in accordance with the salary. So we did take action, I believe, it was in February.
Yes, we did.
For the filing date of a March. And so I think we could go to County Council and maybe not with a long explanation, but I think County Council could inform us on what that would look like for the Board of Supervisors. And so we would have between now and next February to bring forward something at any time for the next supervisorial election.
That's correct. That's correct, you would.
Okay. Supervisor Pinches.
Janine, what is the legal opinion on, we have the ability to raise our salaries as sitting supervisors, but what is the legality of the ability to lower the salaries?
Yeah, essentially you cannot reduce an elected official's salary during the term of office.
What law dictates that?
Well, that's constitutional and the government code. I have done an opinion on this before. I'm happy to reformat it for the Board of Supervisors.
You're firm on that, though?
Yeah.
That has a lot to do with it.
Now, certainly the board members can agree on their own to reduce their salaries, and I think you have done that. Some of you have done that. So that can continue during your term of office.
And that was a recommendation from the advisory committee number 10 in the previous 2009, I believe.
So it has to be voluntary?
Yes.
Okay, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, in light, yesterday our CEO issued all the department heads at the budget meeting a 15% budget reduction strategy to all departments. And if you look at the Board of Supervisors, it basically takes around a 15% salary reduction for us to meet our budgetary goals of this next fiscal year. And in light of that, I presently take, as some other board members do, at 10%. And I'm just going to offer up, I'm going to, starting the next fiscal year starting July 1st, all give up an additional 5% to make a voluntary salary reduction of 15%. And like if it can't be mandatory, so it'll just be voluntary. I don't want to do it. I don't expect any other of my colleagues to do it, but I think it's the right time. I don't think that we can ask the bargaining units to give up 15% of their salary. I think we are the leaders. We are the leaders, and I just feel it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Supervisor. Council, to your comments, the first list on the recommendations, and again, this is back from 2009, was salary increases should be applied in the same way for all elected officials, and I think that's what we're referencing is setting the salary prior to the election cycle, what Supervisor Brown said, and we certainly have the ability to do that, and yes, it would create a staggered situation, but we can do that. And you confirm that. So, you know, at some point between now and February, I think you should bring that back to the board for consideration.
Yeah, one of us could.
I mean, it can be at any point. It doesn't matter when it is.
And with respect to Supervisor Pinch's comments, what I would like to see happen is that this board adopt a resolution allowing board members to take that voluntary cut. In the last couple of years, you've been doing this VTO program, and I think that's quite cumbersome. You could essentially allow yourselves to take a reduction in pay through a resolution process, and then it's on the books, and you could do it any time, and you're not having to fill out the VTO
Sign your name
forms
26
every
times.
two pay periods. Yes. So I'd like to, if that's what you want to do, I'll go ahead and bring that back, you know, in a resolution format, and you can have that adopted prior to the next fiscal year.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's not VTO because the premise of VTO is that we would be getting paid less for working less, and I don't think that applies to anyone up here. So in effect, what we've been doing is simply taking a 10% reduction in our base pay. Supervisor Pinches, Supervisor Brown, and myself have been doing that all of the last 2 calendar years, and this year Supervisor Hamburg, I believe, has been doing that since he came on the board. And you know, we can pass a resolution, we can pass an ordinance. We could also make a very clear and unambiguous statement if all 5 of us would simply say that we are voluntarily taking a 10% cut in pay. So, and I do think it's unfortunate if we're not able to do that as a body when we are asking everyone else who works for Mendocino County to take reductions in pay. How do we not do that ourselves?
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I would like to, I don't know if we do it by motion or directive, to have County Council come back with, what'd you say, a resolution?
Allow the cut.
To allow the cut instead of the VTO and whatever language to use, and I'd be happy to work with you on that. But I do think it should be coming back because we're going to be starting a new year July 1, and I would certainly like to get that resolution brought forward as soon as possible.
Great. Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, I'm all in support of that resolution that clarifies the ability of board members to take a pay cut. I'm not particularly enthusiastic about a permanent cut in the salary of supervisors, although I may well get to that point. You know, when David Colfax came on this board, he was very determined to raise the level of pay for county supervisors in Mendocino County to something commensurate with other counties. And I think that's kind of where we are. I mean, I don't think we pay our Board of Supervisors disproportionately more than other counties of our size. And I think there's a good rationale for paying a reasonable amount to supervisors. For one thing, I think supervisors, you know, even at $68,000, are not particularly highly paid for what they are asked to do. And I know there, it's always good sport for the media and, particularly certain media in the county to say, well, it's not like mining coal. Well, it's true, it's not like mining coal, but that doesn't mean it's not a hard job. And I would not like to see us go back to the situation that I was in when I ran for supervisor in the 80s. And there were many, many years following when I was on the board where the pay was under $30,000 a year. And try raising a family on under $30,000. I mean, even in the 80s, that was extremely tough. And we know what's happening with our currency and our spending power. So there are some people on this board who have other sources of income, came to this job with a good, with a good amount of income. I just don't want this to become a position where only people of means dare apply, because that's exactly what Supervisor Colfax, and I think this was a gutsy thing he did, because it didn't make him popular. In fact, it made him the object of ridicule by certain elements of the media in Mendocino County, that he felt strongly about that. But there is a good rationale for paying members of the Board of Supervisors a reasonable salary that's commensurate with the salary that's paid in other counties. And although I agree with Supervisor McGowan that it would be, a good thing if all board members took the same voluntary salary cuts, we don't all come to this job necessarily with similar means. I don't know what your income is, John or John or Carrie, or I don't know, and I don't really care to know, but I know they could be vastly different, and I just don't want to, say anything or even feel anything pejorative about any member of this board who's not going to take less than a salary that I consider to be pretty modest, given the amount of response. We're running a $250 million operation here. And if people don't think that it takes a lot of work and a certain amount of knowledge and experience and discretion and all kinds of things to do this job, then they ought to try running for it. And if they're fortunate enough to win, try doing it, because it takes a lot of skill. So I guess those are my comments for the moment.
Well, Supervisor Hamburg, to your comments to the factual side of that, I actually looked at the salaries for the surrounding counties, because I think that that's probably the most applicable for elected officials. And I looked at all the elected officials, and I compared the salaries in Humboldt, Lake, Mendocino, and Sonoma. So comparing us to the three bordering counties. And with one exception, supervisors at the $68,000 level were the lowest paid, and that one exception is the district attorney. So second in line to being underpaid relative to our surrounding counties, Board of Supervisors was next. So I think, to your point, this is a professional job, and I think it should be seen that way by the public. And our salaries have been flat here for over 3 years now.
July of '07.
Well, it actually wasn't implemented until October of '07. So for 3+ years, the salaries have been flat. So that in that intervening period, all of the bargaining units, everyone, and management in this county, and the other elected officials that we then adjusted their salaries, all received between 4 and 6 raises, depending on the particular situation. So the 4 to 6 raises with a 10%, if we average that out for supervisors, our salaries, given if we had been treated like everyone else in the organization, would be something, a minimal amount over $68,000 by my very rough calculations on that. So in actuality, we have taken the 10% salary cut. There's no question. If you look at what other counties are doing, supervisors, and I think rightly so, are passing on raises. I believe in Humboldt County, they took a portion of the raise at one point, not as much as the employees. Then the second time they waived it altogether. But the 2 new incoming supervisors, is my understanding, I haven't verified this, but it's what I heard, took the higher level of salary. You have different situations in every county. In Sonoma County, you have a new supervisor who came in and took a significantly lower salary when he came in this year. But I don't believe that it is the object of much discussion that he's expecting his colleagues to embrace the same salary he personally decided was appropriate for him. So Supervisor Hamburg, I believe that we are underpaid at the 68, and it's true. to maintain the professionalism of the job and not slip back in the other direction, I think it's important to keep that as the salary level, mindful that it has been flat for the years when we gave substantial salary raises to employees and management and the other elected officials in this county. So I believe that that is an important point. Supervisor Pinches.
Well, Supervisor Hamburg, you're exactly right. It wasn't only Supervisor Colfax that took a lot of heat for raising the salary. I was one of that. I supported that. And I really think, I'm not for reducing the base salary of a supervisor. I think $68,000 for the job is probably right in the ballpark. But in these economic times, I'm offering up what I offered. I think it's, for me personally, it's the right thing to do. I'll somehow afford it. I'll cut out other things or whatever. I don't expect every member of the board to do it. But I feel good about doing my part to keep the BOS budget in line and do the right thing with my colleagues that are other accounting employees. But I'd also want to, when I'm done on this job, I want the salary-based pay to be something that will make it worthwhile for somebody from the North County to come on down and want to do this job. I don't want to have a good person say, no, I can't run because I can't afford to do it. That's the last thing I want to happen. So it's just a personal decision. If you feel you can do it, you can. Everybody knows their own finances. Some years I make a lot of money, some years I don't make any money. That's the way it's always been since I was 17 years old. So anyways, I don't think we need to change the salary, and because the main reason is I want, in the future, I want it to be encouraging enough to where people will say, hey, I want to do that job and represent the 3rd District. So I think we can
Okay, let's move on to the CEO.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to make a clarification. Yesterday, we gave budget instructions, and we asked each department to take a 15% reduction in their net county costs. So basically, that's their general fund. Certainly, for the Board of Supervisors budget unit, a 15% reduction is about $91,000. So that is a huge hit, just like every other budget unit and every other department. So I wanted to clarify that. So any reduction in your salary and benefits that you take will certainly help to meet that $91,000 target. Regarding the voluntary time off, I agree with Supervisor McCowan. Essentially, it's a 10% pay cut to your hourly rate. It's not that you're actually taking time off. The difference between you continuing with voluntary time off, your 10% pay cut, versus doing the resolution is the resolution will affect your salary and your benefits, including your retirement benefits. So if this board chooses to move forward with the resolution, it will actually be a greater savings to the general fund than just continuing with taking your 10% pay cut for the 26 pay periods. So I just wanted to clarify that so that you knew what you would be voting on if we come back with a resolution. And I think in this period of time, one other disclosure I'd like to make is under the recommendations, number 6 states that the supervisor salaries are 3% under market. I do believe that if we did a full review of all the comparable counties, we would find that at this point in time, our board is probably about 5% under market. The rest of this recommendation, though, does say, however, the current economic climate does not support board salary increases at this time. So that's one of the reasons we didn't do a full review of the other counties, because I would not make the recommendation, nor would I consider the 5 of you with your moral compass considering any type of salary increase at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Pinches, and then we need to go to closed session.
I'm not clear on the statement you made that if we do it strictly VTO, like if I done a 15% VTO, why would it be different if I just did it or versus a resolution?
Because with the VTO, every other pay period, it doesn't affect your retirement contributions. If you take a straight, for instance, I took a 10% cut in pay, which affected my retirement contributions and what the county contributes on my behalf for my retirement. If the board adopts a resolution to allow you to take any kind of cut in pay, it would be actually a cut in pay as opposed to doing the VTO or MTO type hourly arrangement. So it is a difference. And it's significant in terms of the budget.
With what we do on the way we've been doing our VTOs and signing the forms. What's wrong with just continuing doing that?
And you can continue to do it that way.
That would be
It's
what
up
I
to
would
you.
prefer.
Yes,
Without the
did you have another
resolution.
comment?
I just wanted to be clear that you understand the difference.
What you're, right.
That there is not as much of a savings to the general fund by the way you're currently doing it. If you do the resolution, there's a greater savings to the general fund, and quite honestly, we have to find $91,000 of general fund out of this budget. So the resolution would benefit the county more so than what you're currently doing.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I would like to hear back, because it sounds very much like 3 supervisors opposed to bringing back a resolution. So I want to make sure before we do have a closed session that we have to get to, and it's timed. And very important, because the person that we're going to be meeting with can't be here for long, so maybe we can hold the rest of the discussion over. But I want to be clear on the direction that we're taking, because we've moved in several spots as we've gone through the conversation.
Well, Supervisor Brown, I think we can wrap it up fairly quickly. Supervisor Pinches, I heard you say you weren't in favor of it.
But I just want to continue what
we're
we've been
doing.
doing, signing the forms.
And I believe.
That doesn't mean he's against the resolution.
Well, yes, because the resolution's going to state that you take a cut.
That you have,
Yes.
that you have to.
Right, if you're taking a voluntary cut. So Supervisor Hamburg, what? So should we?
I don't know how it, I mean,
Because it
I would
changes your-
continue to do what I'm doing now. However, I hear that it would benefit, our shortfall more if we did it this other way.
Well, it changes the benefit structure, including your retirement. That was the point
But I
council
don't
and the
have
CEO were making.
retirement. I'm not in the retirement system, so I don't know how that would affect me.
It
wouldn't affect me very much at all.
No, it wouldn't make any
Right.
difference for you.
But it affects benefits as well.
Yeah.
Didn't you say?
But there are.
The main benefit would be
It's the retirement.
the retirement. There-
I want to leave it the way it is. That's my preference.
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
There's several of us not really in the retirement system, because you don't become vested until after 5 years. So.
But the county's still paying into it.
The
If you're in it.
Currently, the county is paying $100,000 a year for your budget unit, for your retirement, for the 5 of you. Or as ever, for those of you that are in the retirement system, it's $100,000 a year that we're paying.
Okay. So, do we have closure on this? It's not an action item for today, but we were going to give staff direction.
So is there direction?
I don't know, you're not interested in it. I'm not sure what Supervisor Hamburg is saying.
I have no objection to it because I don't think it would affect me. Because I'm not in the retirement system.
Okay.
So if other members want to do it, I wouldn't object. Although
So we're not going to do
Johnny
the resolution?
objects. so-
I don't know. I guess you can look at it
Yeah.
and
Well,
consider bringing something back.
Actually, if you, the recommended motion before we began talking about the resolution was to accept the report.
Correct.
And let the recommendation stand. So you could do that today.
Yes, we could do that. So is that agreed with?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Hamburg and a second by Supervisor McCowan. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion
Closed
opposed?
session.
Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Okay, so we will adjourn to closed session, returning here at 1:30. Now back in session at 1:35 PM and reporting out of closed session. There was no action taken with the exception of direction to staff. So we'll move forward with agenda item number 8 B, a timed item, discussion and possible action regarding recommendations from the Mendocino County Fish and Game Commission related to the recommended disbursement of funds from the Fish and Wildlife Propagation Fund for the 2010-11 project cycle. It's sponsored by the Planning and Building Department. I know we have Mr. Craig Bell here, Chair of the Fish and Game Commission. Does staff want to give an opening statement?
Madam Chair, members of the board, basically what this is to be able to move forward on the budget and available funding for various projects to be carried out by the Fish and Game Commission. And really, Mr. Bell has been very instrumental in pulling together a lot of the information along with staff. And so I'm just going to go ahead and turn it over to him at this point in time for a very brief staff report and overview of what is actually taking place here. And staff is happy to answer any questions as they come up.
Thank you. Mr. Bell.
Okay, Madam Chair, Craig Bell, and Madam Chair and members of the board, Craig Bell, Chair of the Mendocino County Fish and Game Commission. Each year I become the chair of the commission, becomes before you and does a report on kind of the year's activities, what the Fish and Game Commission's been doing, and then to present our recommendations for grant funding for your approval. And I will say, as you may be aware, this will be my last appearance before the board. I've served as chair for 16 years, and it's been a pleasure and an honor, and I've received quite an education both about biology and also politics. So it's been an interesting time. So Jim Martin is going to be the chair. The very next meeting he will accept the chair's position. The commission is in very good condition with high caliber leaders, and Jim Martin will do a great job, I'm sure. Concerning our activities, we were very active in the Marine Life Protection Act. As you recall, I came forward with some sort of the horror reports of our involvement on the southern Mendocino County portion of the Marine Life Protection Act, and we became extremely proactive when the next portion of the Marine Life Protection Act, the North Coast part of it, was about to be implemented, and we traveled to Humboldt and Delaware County, and Jim Martin and myself, and we urged everybody to stay united, do not allow this process to divide you, so that then you can have a bunch of different proposals and then allow the Blue Ribbon Task Force to come in and be the decision maker. So we succeeded in that, and we are the only section of the state that succeeded in that, and it was due to I did some initial work in my contacts in Humboldt County, especially the environmental community up there, and Jim Martin and Dr. Janine Pfeiffer, who we funded to be county coordinators, did a superb job, and they turned the most powerful process I've ever seen organized in the state of California regarding closures and wildlife management into a process that much better served the citizens of the North Coast and still protected the resource. So we were very active in that, and very, very proud of Mendocino County's role in that and the support we got from supervisors. On the deer issue, we have been very actively working with the Mendocino County Blacktail Association, which we helped form by funding them, as you recall, and that was carrying out the wishes of John Pinchas to get going on deer. Well, we finally got the right players in place on the commission to do that. We've been working with U.S. Forest Service staff, Department of Fish and Game staff, particularly the Department of Fish and Game staff concerning regs and management in the B zone, and we are going to be the commission is going to continue to be involved in vegetation management issues, vegetation monitoring, deer monitoring, and thanks to the strong role that two members who are on the board of the Mendocino Blacktail Association on the Mendocino County Fish and Game Commission. We got involved in the dangerous issue of bear feeding in Laytonville and worked with the department and the district attorney on that issue, and that has been resolved to my knowledge. And we received a lot of reports from wardens and gave support to the wardens and the district attorney. We've been involved in receiving reports and disseminating information concerning the extremely harmful effects of large-scale marijuana growing on state and federal property, and I think that issue is going to be acted upon aggressively in the next few years and much needed. I won't go into details, but it involves dewatering streams, using large amounts of herbicides and pesticides, and poaching of game animals for food, including deer, and even the discovery of dead bears from being poisoned by the large-scale application of pesticides. So that's being acted upon, and members of the Mendocino Blacktail Association have been very active on that. So that's something we have been working on. We have communicated with the district attorney and judges on the importance of fish and game violations. We have very valuable resources, especially the abalone resource, and so we continue to urge judges to take those cases seriously and prosecute them to the fullest extent they can. As you may be aware, we were involved in the county was involved in a lawsuit filed by an organization called RAID, which also had members of the Mendocino Abalone Watch were involved in this, and the county successfully defended itself against charges that were found to be unfounded and frivolous and quite harmful, as a matter of fact, to the amount of time, county council time that I had to spend, and which in my opinion stemmed from dissatisfaction of an organization not receiving funding. And had they been patient, they would have been able to be good partners the year after and the year after with the County Fish and Game Commission. So I hope the commissioners or the supervisors have a long memory about people who come to you wanting to be partners in the future after suing you because of their impatience. So I'll leave that at that. So we, the commission will be, as our budgets are going down, the pots of money from various sources are going down, the commission will be involved in some budget tightening. They'll be holding budget meetings and reporting back to you because the Department of Fish and Game is having control over how much money can be spent by state fish and game commissions, and that's kind of come to the surface. So you'll be hearing next year probably budget reports from the next commission or the chair, Mr. Martin, on that issue. So any comments on our activities?
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Craig, I want to thank you so much for all the years that you have served. It takes a lot of volunteer time, and I know it's a passion for you, not only, profession, protecting wildlife or protecting the environment, but I truly want to thank you about that, and know you put a lot of heart into it and a lot of time.
Well, I thank you, and I spoke to you on the phone briefly, and in a role as a public servant, you become much more, much better at seeing all sides of things, and especially when you have to chair committees, and I've watched you grow in that role also, and appreciate that.
Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I agree with Supervisor Brown's comments, and yet, as to the specifics of the list, I have a few questions, and it seems with the limited amount of funds available that more of the money should go directly to projects as opposed to let's go out and count something again. And I know sometimes that's a necessary part of putting yourself in position to get grants to actually do projects, but I'm just kind of wondering what the criteria, what the overall evaluation criteria were for some of these projects. And you did refer to the problems that marijuana growers are causing in some areas, which really is severe, and there's a whole range of impacts that can be created when people are acting irresponsibly. So we have one project on here, which number 10, Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, 611 identification and restoration project that is recommended for less than 50% of the funding. And this is in connection with a major effort intended to, quote unquote, take back the national forest. So I'm wondering, what was the rationale to only partially fund that particular item?
Well, we had $82,460 worth of projects put forth, and we ended up recommending $39,461. So, as you may be aware, I've told you before, we received the proposals. We have a ranking subcommittee or a review subcommittee that goes over these things, and then the subcommittee presents to the large commission, and there's a lot of back and forth discussion, and a lot of times there's some pencil sharpening where we try to balance out and fund. Usually we try to fund more projects by underfunding some. In this case, the sheriffs were actually seeking some game cameras to identify individuals who are going into areas that they were aware were particularly egregious use of chemicals and some large scale, that's where they intend to use those, where there's some large scale environmental damage. We just felt that again, it was part of a pencil sharpening effort. Not many of the projects got all their funding. The sheriff's department, while they don't have money for deputies, a lot of times they're able to secure equipment through other sources other than ourselves. So we might fund half this year, and they might come back next year and get the other half of what they want. And
but the operation is occurring this year.
Well, the operation is ongoing. I don't think they're going to eradicate.
No, but there's a major push this year, and that money would be more cost-effective spent this year rather than next year.
Well, I think the push, they're not going to solve it in one push. There's been a lot of pushes in Mendocino County to solve this issue going back to 30 years when I first moved here. So again, I would encourage them to apply again, and the chances are good they would. And we've been very generous in funding wardens for equipment in the past, and I think the commission would be very open to receiving another proposal for the same equipment next year.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. That was one of my questions as well. But I do have opposition to one of the projects and the person that's being funded, not particularly the project itself, and that is project number 6.
Okay.
Patrick Higgins. And he requested $5,000, was funded for 4. I don't know how to say this kindly, but I do not think he is a very credible person. And I know he's a biologist, but I have seen in previous articles and efforts he's involved himself in that he twists the actual science. Gives people misconceptions of what the true, I guess you would say, impacts environment is or are. He can be very outspoken, and I cannot support that project. That is a project that, or I should say, I can support the project itself, but I cannot support the granting of funds to an individual that, in my eyes, is not a credible person.
Well, I know that these issues become heated, and Patrick Higgins as a biologist, has often been hired to take a strong stance on defending particularly fish and fish habitat, and that brings him in direct opposition to some very powerful forces who also get accused of twisting the information on their impacts. I can say that he is planning to work closely with the Mendocino County Water Agency on where these probes get placed, and I assume they could do QA and QC on the data before it's released.
And I appreciate your explanation, but I'm also a trustee on the Mendocino County Water Agency board, and I know nothing about that, about the agency working directly with Mr. Higgins, but I'll tell you how strongly and emotionally I feel about this. And you know, I've always stepped up to work on environmental issues, and so it doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with credibility and actually going out and doing the work and not misusing the science as a result. And there is a letter of recommendation from Tamara Zabitnoff Adams. I highly respect her. I grew up with her here in Ukiah. That made me pause to think if I really wanted to state what I'm stating now. But I cannot support the package with that project in there and funding for that particular project. And I do have the same feelings as Supervisor McCowan that the sheriff and his project in the forest should be fully funded. So, and I don't like to second guess a commissioner. I have a commissioner on there, but those are my feelings, and that's how I'm going to vote no matter what today.
Okay, this money isn't going to me. You guys, I'm kind of worn down. I have a much more mellow attitude. I used to be more fiery, and I'd go tooth and nail with you, Carrie, but I'm here to present. I'll be able to answer any questions, and I'll accept the vote graciously and go back to my watershed.
And you know, I actually have a film right here, a DVD on Mr. Higgins and some of his presentation. Okay, and so, you know, I'd be glad to share it with you. We could sit and have some popcorn.
I have seen Mr. Higgins. I've worked with him in the field, and I'm extremely aware of his work, and I've said what I'm going to say, and I accept your input, and the vote will come down as it comes down.
Okay.
Mr. Bell, before we go down this path, I mean, I appreciate my colleagues have opinions already formed about projects they support or ones they don't. But I think it might be useful for you and perhaps any of the others with you representing the commission to give us a little bit more of a backdrop, because I sit on the statewide Salmon Restoration Committee, and we deal with issues of actually similar to this, with similar kinds of polarization, if you will, on particular issues about what is really the science and what is the most effective use of limited dollars. And we deal with it in it's a far more complicated and process than this by far, because it's statewide and it has to do with multi-million dollars of dissemination of funds, as you're aware. And you know, it's interesting. I've changed my mind a number of times the longer the discussion goes on. We've got technical advisors, and then we also have people with a lot of varied experience. Elected officials are a small part of the actual group, but we have fisheries biologists, for instance, from the Yurok tribe have been on. We've had members representing timber interests beyond the committee. We have people that have worked in salmon restoration efforts for a very long time from a number of perspectives, both from the corporate side in terms of timber companies, and then more from the grassroots level. And so and I noticed there are a number of projects. I noted this as well, that there are a number here for studies this year, but it really is true. It's not just said that, you know, you need spawning surveys and you need these various things to actually be able to draw down other dollars or be positioned for a grant, you know, that's coming in 18 months or 12 months. If you don't have the studies in place, you can't get the funds. And if you don't have the study that spans at least one calendar year full of all 4 seasons, your study isn't going to be applicable to the following grant. So I'd like you to give us a little backdrop. We have quite extensive information of the grant cycle application. We've got all the proposals are here, were reproduced for us. Could you just take us through, you or any of your colleagues, through what was the process? What was the deliberative discussion? How did you rate these? And because we had a little bit of this last year, and we know how controversial that got.
Okay, so you'd like me to go through each one briefly?
No, well, if first of all, just give us a little bit of a description about the process. We have all the applications. We have the funding level. Some you recommended 0. Some you recommended the full amount, but more of them you recommended some amount in the middle. And there's reasons for what you did. And maybe you could just sort of talk a little bit about the process that you went through. And then if you feel like you want to highlight things, I'll go to the rest of my colleagues. We'll go to public comment.
As I said, we're fairly experienced at this now. We have some of the same commissioners. I mean, I've been on the board for, I think, maybe 17 years, chair for 16, somewhere in there, and was there when we started this whole formal process. As you may be aware, historically, it was all a shotgun approach. There was no submit them all at once. It was people came in random, helter-skelter during the year, and thumbs up or thumbs down. There was a lot of thumbs down because there was an attempt to hoard all the money to build a mega hatchery over here in Ukiah. So I have to say I was a person in the audience against that process. So somebody said, well, why don't you come on the commission? I came on the commission, so then I helped set up this process, which we felt was far better, I feel is far better than the original, just people coming in randomly during the year asking for money. So that's how it got created. The ranking, not the ranking, it's not a ranking committee, we have a subcommittee that meets and talks in detail over each proposal, comes back with and does a presentation before the commission, and then the commission, well, no, wait. First of all, the people submit their applications. Then they have an opportunity at our December meeting to do a presentation to maybe enhance their chances of getting funded. And sometimes they help themselves, sometimes not, but they're there to answer questions. That's optional. Then we form a subcommittee to review them. That happens before our next meeting, and then that subcommittee sort of pre-digests it, reports to the committee, and then with recommendations for amounts, and then there's a discussion project by project of the whole committee, a second discussion, and then we start. A lot of pencil sharpening happens. The recommendations that were made by the review committee oftentimes are not the final recommendation. In the end, we say, well, you know, for example, the sheriff's one, if we give them half this year, they can come back next year, and that we've done that a number of times. There's people come back, and in 2 years they have everything they wanted, because we always try to fund as many projects as possible. And sometimes we can see someone here, they try to do a $5,000 project, but really they only need a $1,000 piece of equipment. And because we know they can get funding from another source, because we kind of have firsthand knowledge of the players and the parts here in the county. So then after we review, then we literally hold a vote on our, after we come through with each amount, then we hold a vote, and you see a motion in a second, and that comes forward. That's our process. And getting back to the surveys, now I'm sensitive to surveys. When I used to work with the Department of Fish and Game, complaining about the Department of Fish and Game on salmon and steelhead issues, we used to use the approach about monitoring, and we used to call it count them till they're gone. We'd rather see things done than counting them till they're gone. So I have a strong bias towards projects, but I can tell you that, for instance, this Institute for Sustainable Forests, this is that Usal Redwood Forest Project. That's a community forest. They own some extremely valuable coho salmon habitat in Chinook and steelhead in Mendocino County, in an area that's probably very restorable, an area that will have protections that are far above other forest lands in the county and still be a working forest. They're being managed by Campbell Forest Timberland Management. So that's an area they're trying to do some initial work in there, and the initial work then will generate a lot of grants from the state fisheries grant committee that you and I sit on, but they just have to do a little pre-digestion to develop projects. So that'll come back to the county many-fold over in $25,000 projects, $50,000 projects, $380,000 projects. So this was just to open up some access and do some surveys to justify to a larger funding committee why the value of working here and on land that's going to have a long-term excellent recovery potential. So that's why that project. The Fisher project monitoring, really we thought get him that $1,000 we thought could help him do what he wanted to do in some of the personal contact monitoring, but we knew he could get cameras from the Department of Fish and Game and from the timber companies who were also doing fisher management. We had personal knowledge, so that's why we didn't fund his equipment. And concerning, oh, and the Nearshore Avian and Marine Mammal Survey, I can tell you that was one of the best presentations I saw done for us. They are discovering that offshore, way out in what you would call almost the tuna grounds off Mendocino County in the winter, is a relatively undiscovered, unmapped, extremely rich bird population out there that really no one knew about because no one fishes there in the wintertime. No one goes out there. They don't have a reason to go out there. And these guys are top-notch. These are PhDs in the Audubon Society. This is largely a volunteer organization. This pretty much pays for boat costs to go out there, but they feel they're going to. There's some initial sites they had. They were astounded by the rarity of the species. There was another albatross that wasn't even known to be in this part of the world. They found out there, and it's not the same as the one in Point Arena. And they saw a myriad of other bird species, and they just felt it's extremely important for us to map that and you know, in theory, protect that in the future. And so I thought it was really groundbreaking, highly valuable scientific work. But it looks like just kind of go out there and joyride, but these are scientists, and everybody on board will be scientists.
Okay, I want to go back to my colleagues to just take two quick questions, then we're going to go to public comment, and perhaps your colleagues, if they want to offer more information or be available to answer board questions. Supervisor Pinches.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to remind this board that right around the first of the year, we had a 2-day, for lack of a better word, convention about 611. It's 6 counties involved with one forest with one problem, and that's the marijuana. We've seen presentations of how the fisheries of the really rare species in the Middle Fork are being impacted by the cartels and whatnot, pumping the water out and using the water and throwing trash in the creeks. And I don't know if any of the Fish and Game commissioners there, but I think there was a commitment. And 3 weeks ago, this board sent a letter to the Forest Service basically asking them if we have the ability to put up welcome centers to try to inform people that are going in and out of the forest of what's going on. We have a major law enforcement effort going there, thanks to Sheriff Almond for coordinating that with 6 counties, the federal agencies. But I felt that after we left that 2-day meeting, that the 6 counties were going to put forward their own commitment to do things. And one of the things we talked about was the welcome centers on about 7 entry points. That leaves us only about Mendocino County, the main entry one out through Potter Valley and the other one up through Covelo, which we members of MIMCOG yesterday. And I really think that if we're going to make this effort successful, we got to limit the amount of plastic pipe and materials going in national forest. And after that 2-day meeting, I thought this board had a commitment that we're going to participate in this. It's not only a law enforcement issue. Law enforcement, under the direction of Sheriff Almond, is going to do whatever they can. But I think that the counties need to be involved. And this is a small pot of money, but we can commit to this effort. This is a major effort this year, and why don't we give it a try? I'd like to see $30,000, $40,000 committed if we get approval from the Forest Service to put up the welcome centers. If we could keep $30,000, $40,000 committed in this agency aside for this effort to put up to man our welcoming centers. And
Supervisor, we need to get back to this is specific.
well, that's
fish
what
and
I'm
game
saying.
funds.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think any of these proposals will do as much for the protection of our fisheries and the protection of our wildlife as this 6-county effort in the Mendocino National Forest. Remember the Covelo meeting? We admitted that we have lost our national forest. Now, if we're going to get it back, I think this effort is a lot more important this year than going bird watching out in the Pacific Ocean.
So Supervisor, are you proposing the other 5 counties match the recommended dollar amount here?
I'm saying that we are kind of the leaders on this. We're going to have to, if we get approval from the Forest Service to put up the welcome centers, we need to tell the other counties, look, we have designated this much of our fish and game dollars, which other counties have the same pot of money. This is how we're going to fund this. And I think it's a plan that will work. Otherwise, why did we have that 2-day meeting? And why did we declare that we've lost our forest if we're not willing to do something about it?
That's not the focus of this discussion. These are specific.
It's a pot of money we can use to address this problem we have.
Yes, this is true, Supervisor.
And
but
name me a bigger problem we have in this county than losing our forest.
It's not Fish and Game Commission's job to solve a specific problem, one that you're targeting in your discussion.
Well,
That's
it's
not
my
their job
then.
when they go out and.
It may be my job.
Okay, let's go to Supervisor McCowan, and then we're going to go to public comment.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a fair number of concerns.
Would you like to go to public comment first, or do you want to go ahead?
As you wish.
I don't care. Go ahead. If you.
Let's see what the public comment may be.
Okay, we'll go to public comment. Supervisor McCowan then has a number of issues he wants to discuss specific. So any members of the public that would like to come forward? You're actually not the public, Mr. Martin. You're part of the commission, but take a seat.
Is he staff?
No.
But can he speak as a public member?
Well, you're a member of the public, but you're here from the commission, so you're part of the presentation is the point.
The button.
Is that better? Thank you. My name's Jim Martin, and as Craig mentioned, I'll be the president starting at the next meeting. And I really do want to thank Craig for all of his years. And it's of all the, I'm involved with a lot of boards and committees, and this is one of the most rewarding ones because everybody on the board brings kind of a unique perspective and experience that I don't have. You know, Craig has forgotten more about steelhead than I'll ever know. And to amplify on the process we use to decide what to what to recommend to you, it's really a matter of judgment. And I have in the past used criteria that Supervisor Brown mentioned. I knew something about a person that I didn't like, and you know, I said, I don't think that they're going to be able to pull this one off. But there are specific fish and game codes that apply to this, the disbursement of this money. And as you know, as a result of not only the lawsuit, but also the Department of Fish and Game is auditing all counties on how they spend this money. And so working with Terry Gross, we're really trying to tighten up our process to make sure that the grants are going to the right things. So as much as our commission, and I did try to get to that meeting in Ukiah, that we really think that that's important, we have to be careful that the specific project that the money is going to is consistent with that law. And in the future, we're going to be requiring the applicants for the grants to identify which of these requirements it does apply to. So
it's actually state code. There's actually specific categories. So we intend to include a copy of this Department of Fish and Game allowable types of projects with each applicant next year, and we've had to review that closely. So this thing of a greeting center, it may or may not meet that criteria. So this is kind of blindsiding us here at this point. We're decision day, and you just presented this. I think it would be a very good thing to vet before the commission, run by the State Department of Fish and Game to see if it meets a funding code. It may not. We were surprised. We got some flack from them on some things, which we're still doing back and forth, which we felt were very good for the resource, and they said, sorry, it doesn't meet the code. However, the judge in the raid lawsuit totally defended us, said everything we funded met the codes. But that is something we have to consider. So we'd have to see a proposal before us and then run that by Fish and Game. If it's a large amount of money, they probably would want to make a judgment whether it fits the state codes. And there's a specific list of types of projects that we can fund, and if it doesn't fit, we can't fund it legally.
And that has been a debate for years about the code and what projects fall under it, and I think we're all aware of that.
Yeah, well, it's heightened now because they're auditing every county fish and game commission in the state.
Sure, they want to take the money back.
No, I don't think so, but and it's appropriate, it's good.
Some counties really spend it on pet projects, and they'll pick one thing, and a lot of counties suck it up and put it into the general fund, which isn't appropriate either. That is a clear violation of the code. So,
And as a point of information, we have $84,000 in our budget. We're probably a little more now, but that was as of when we held these meetings. So we know we have enough funding. So if you wanted to increase the funding to the sheriffs, I would support that. I didn't necessarily say I was the one that opposed this. I would support that, and it would just bump it up. We have the money to fund that additional amount to give the sheriffs that, and we know there's serious damage going on in those forests. We are extremely aware of that.
Absolutely, Craig.
Okay, let's go to public comment again. Yes, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Not really public.
Sure, yeah, this is the time for public comment.
I'm Paul Truitt, 3rd District Fish and Game Commissioner, and I would just like to bring maybe some assurance to the board as to the process of this. There's a couple key elements when we look at some of these projects, and when we talk with the state commissions and agencies and things. And there's two types of science in the field. There's anecdotal science. I don't know if anybody's familiar with what anecdotal means. It means a rancher coming and telling us that something's going on in the environment. And then we have the biologists who come and tell us what's really going on, which eventually gets to be the same thing. But one of the things that I have brought and have consistently wanted to bring to the commission is standardized methodology when we look at these projects. And that's real critical, because when you're adopting something or proposing something, for instance, some of these projects that we were looking at, is it going to meet the criteria down the road if the state agencies such as Department of Fish and Game, the commission at Sacramento, who are actually the decision makers for the state, it's real critical that the things that we support actually have bona fide scientific, merit to them, and they have to be standardized in order to be used later on in certain regulation changes. So one of the things I want to make sure the board understands is that that's what we're working towards in the Mendocino County Fish and Game Commission, which I don't know if you've ever looked at other commissions in the state, some of them don't even meet, some of them are basically disbanded, and I'm really proud of Mendocino County's Fish and Game Commission, because on this board is representative of some of the most intelligent, hardworking and just tireless people. So I want to just kind of bring to the table that this commission is really seeking to put forth projects that are really going to make a positive impact. And Sheriff Allman always talks about pride of ownership. This commission is top notch in that regard. They have done some tremendous work here. So with regards to, criteria and looking at these projects. So I'm also supporting that 611. I was at that meeting all day with the law enforcement there, and I'm very proud of our sheriff's department and very proud of what we got going on right now. And so we're in full support 100% of projects that are going to definitely make a difference in our county, protect our resources, and go forward with really a concentrated effort with spending each dollar where it's represented, and we get the most bang for our buck. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment at the moment? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go back to Supervisor McCowan for his questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, I notice Sheriff Allman is present. I don't know if he has any input to this particular item or not.
I'm not a member of this community.
It's a small circle of talent.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the commission, because they've been in contact with me as we've been going along, and we have made some adjustments. We were aware that they were only going to be able to fund a portion of what we were asking for, and really and truly we're making adjustments for it. Honestly, what we're asking for is some assistance to help with what Supervisor Pinches was talking about, of identifying who really is bringing in the black plastic pipe and the large bags of fertilizer and the tanks into the Forest Service. And of course, I wouldn't turn down extra money, but we are making some changes in our other funding in case it doesn't come through. But obviously, the more intelligence that we gather regarding what's going on in the forest is going to greatly increase the final bottom line of the productivity that we can accomplish this summer. So what I'm saying is, we're prepared for what's on here, but I would welcome the additional money if it was available to us. I hope that answered your question without sounding like a politician.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sounded just like a politician.
But you did answer the question. And I do have some questions of Mr. Bell. Could you please explain the extraneous projects and what made them extraneous?
The ones that weren't funded?
The Williams Creek, you're recommending $5,000 funding for the Williams Creek cleanup, I believe. The California Department of Fish and Game Equipment, you're recommending nothing. But those are both categorized as, quote, extraneous projects.
Well, the Williams Creek cleanup project is, it's kind of a pilot project. And first of all, they asked for $10,000. We generally do not fund projects. The RFP says $5,000. We are sticking by the RFP. We have funded special projects, but this was submitted under the regular request for proposals. So $5,000 was the maximum we felt we could fund and honor our request for proposal. This was a hands-on, a pilot project to show how much it's going to cost to clean up each site. And that's, so we actually...
Well, I'm not asking the specifics of the project, and I guess I'm looking at the explanation now. It says additional funding requested outside of the 2010-2011 grant cycle. And then this equipment funding for the Department of Fish and Game and the Williams Creek cleanup fall under that category. So apparently these are somehow requested outside of the grant cycle, and then the commission is recommending funding $5,000 for the Williams Creek cleanup, but nothing for the fish and game equipment. And I guess I'm just wondering why we have two categories of applications.
Yeah, okay, I can't recall. I know we discussed this. You've delayed having me come before you for some months, so some of this is not as clear as I'd like it in my mind, but it sounds like they've got it.
There's nothing that prevents you from awarding any amount of money on the grant, but our grant proposal is $5,000. Anything in addition to that, anything that's in addition to $5,000 is considered a special request, like the MLPA stuff. We recognize that there are big projects that might come up that we want to fund for more, but they're treated differently.
So then it's simply the fact that they were both requesting 10,000 or more, which put them above the 5,000 threshold, put them into another category.
Right.
Is
Okay.
Williams Creek up by the North Butte?
Yeah, Williams Creek is just east of, it's east of Covelo.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's at the, it's in basically what's called the Leech Lake
Blackfeet.
Mountain drainage and Williams Creek drainage. It drains into the Middle Fork of the Eel, so.
Right.
And the year before that, we had funded fish and game officers. We gave them, I think it was 6 or 7 Generation 3 night vision for their abalone stuff the year before. So they had a significant contribution the year before. So we figured this year they could, you know, maybe pool those resources together this year, since we wanted to look at other projects that were, you know, important in the county too. So they got a really big chunk last year. So any comments on that, Craig?
Well, thank you again. I was just asking about the process. And I've got another question of Mr. Bell or anyone else who knows the answer. How is it helping the anadromous fish population, which I think is what we're mainly concerned with, to know what kind of birds are 40 miles offshore?
Actually, we are given the task or the direction to work with all species. Now, there's been so much emphasis on salmon and steelhead that people think that's the only thing there is to protect out there, because, and I'm as guilty of that as anybody in the room, of saying that's the most important creatures on the planet. But we have an equal task to be involved with ocean species and ocean avian species. So that's exactly in our framework.
But then ultimately, we can make the decision how we may want to prioritize that, as long as we're within the overall funding guidelines.
You mean prioritize whether you want to fund types of those projects? Well, yes, and this was an unusual proposal. I mean, I can say that the proposers, Bob Kiefer, Dick Gordon, and Dave Bengston, they did a very impressive presentation, and I was skeptical, and I came away realizing what the amazing stuff they're discovering that has not been documented by anyone. So they're going to do some groundbreaking documentation of species out there, in my opinion.
But I compare that to the project number 9, North Fork Usal Creek In-Stream Habitat Enhancement Project. Requested 5,000, recommendation 0, and this is actually presumably would improve habitat.
Okay, and I actually was responsible for them not getting funded. I sort of carried the day because I sit on a State Department of Fish and Game Steelhead Report Card Committee, and we're sitting on about $500,000. So I have sent that proposal over to that source of money to get it funded through there, and that released that money to be used for other projects here in our current budget.
And just one more question. You mentioned 80-some thousand. According to the staff report, there's a current balance of 106,000. So with the recommended funding of 39, that would leave a balance of about 67,000 potentially. And I believe this money accumulates based on fines that are assessed against violators. Am I correct in that?
Actually, you're citing from the annual budget column The fine current balance column says, which has been bold on the page I was.
No, I'm citing from the staff report, page
Well,
1.
I think it's 83,505. We just went through budget hearings, and that's the sheet I have, and that's in bold. But as I understood it, the annual budget is 106, but our fine current balance is 83,505. That's how
And
what we were.
do you have an
operating
estimate of, and I know it varies from year to year, but do you have a guesstimate of how much money tends to come in a year?
It tends to be, I think recently it seems like it's creeped up to maybe 20,000, but it's been a mystery to unravel all of these finances. When I first came on the commission, there were pots of money hidden all over the place, and I was instrumental in confining them to one thing, and they weren't in an interest-bearing account, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I made sure it was immediately put in an interest-bearing account. So we have improved greatly on understanding the finances. I'm not an accountant. However, we do have a retired certified public accountant on our board, and he is now in charge of dealing with interacting with the county budget office on anything to do with our county Fish and Game finances. If he was there, he would be the better person to address this.
We're going to go now to Supervisor Hamburg. He has not commented yet. Supervisor?
Yeah, I just want to point out, I mean, I don't want to be the skunk in the garden party, but, you know, while we're sitting here and debating over a $39,000 disbursement, which has involved probably scores of hours of the time of the commission and many presentations and a great deal of printed material, we're now 25 minutes past our timed item with the sheriff, who has an $800,000 budget deficit that we're trying to deal with and a report to make to the board today. So just in terms of proportionality and what we're spending our time in this room doing, I just have to say I really have questions. You know, in terms of whether each one of these whether each one of these grants is exactly what I would like it to be, you know, I'm sure I could nitpick and decide, no, this should be $100 or $1,000 more or less. But, you know, my propensity is to trust this commission. I've known Craig Bell for a long time, 17 years as chair of this commission. I know that Supervisor Brown doesn't like Pat Higgins and, you know, feels she has to vote against Pat Higgins. And I know, you know, John McGowan would like to see the 611 fully funded. And, you know, I think we could pick apart every single one of these. You know, why isn't this one getting more money and why isn't this one getting less money? But again, we're talking about a very small amount of money in the scheme of things. And we have this commission that puts tons of time into trying to figure this out. And, you know, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I would like to move that we approve the recommendations of the Fish and Game Advisory Commission for the disbursement of $39,461 for the 2010-2011 project cycle.
Is there a second? If you'll accept an amendment with the additional money for the sheriff's 611, I'll second the motion.
You're the chair, you have to pass the gavel, Chair Smith.
I'm asking him if he'll accept the
Well,
amendment.
it doesn't seem like there's 3 votes. So.
Well, there might be. I'd like to make that as a second if you'll accept that as a modification. I'll second it if you do.
If it'll get us through this item, I'll accept it.
Okay, then I'll pass the gavel and make the second.
We have a motion on the floor with a second. Is there discussion to the motion?
Yeah, I'll,
Supervisor Pinches?
if you'll recognize me.
Oh,
I don't support the motion. I think that by any project number 6 ought to be eliminated. But I also believe I would support, I don't want to nitpick these other than project number 6. I think they're all good projects, not the issue here. I think this board, at that 2-day convention, workshop, whatever you want to call it, we made a commitment that we're going to do something for the 611 effort. Law enforcement is clearly stepping up to the plate. Our federal, state, but I'm talking about the counties involved. And if Mendocino County don't show some sort of commitment, what I would like to see is approve these projects, absence number 6, approve these projects, and for our Fish and Game Commission to reserve $30,000 to set aside if we can get approval to move forward, and it's all right with the disbursement. If we can do monitoring of birds out in the ocean, or fish or water turbidity or whatever those things, if that's, we can do something about monitoring the plastic pipe that goes around the forest that sucks the water away from our endangered species, the landlocked steelhead and the middle fork, and issues like that, the killing of the bears, the killing of all kinds of deer that they found. It's been documented.
To the motion.
So that's what I'm going to propose as a motion if it fails.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan. I cannot support the motion unless Project 6 is taken out. It's not Supervisor Hamburg. I don't even know the man personally, that I dislike him. I dislike the way that he uses and twists true science into political science. So I don't think that's right. It's my responsibility to make sure the funds are spent wisely. And as a contractor, I do not think I would like to see him get the money just for that reason. Good project, wrong contractor. And it's my responsibility to make sure the money is spent wisely.
Any further comments, Supervisor Hamburg?
Well, we're in quite a mess here, I'd say. I don't think we have 3 votes for anything. I mean, I've known Pat Higgins for 20 years, and I know him personally, and I like him, you know. but you know, it's just to me, Pat Higgins is a zealot for fish, and we've had zealots for all kinds of things that we've known in this county, and I can understand why a lot of people can't stand Pat Higgins. He's flamboyant. He's he's likes to talk. He likes to hear himself talk, but he's also a top-notch scientist. So,
But he misuses the information,
well,
sir.
that's your interpretation, and that's the interpretation of a lot of people. So anyway, and then the other thing, I really have questions about how we can, at this late date, decide that we're going to take $30,000 out of the Fish and Game Commission's budget to fund something in the National Forest having to do with marijuana eradication. That just doesn't follow with the rest of this discussion to me. Maybe John can explain that to me, but I just don't get it.
I can explain it.
Supervisor Smith.
Well, to Supervisor Pinch's, I was trying to craft a motion that would be supportive of the process and move on. It's giving every dollar that the sheriff requested in his proposal. So I really don't know why you wouldn't support it, and I agree with Supervisor Hamburg. To at this moment think we're going to micromanage and make better determinations about a technical process and a scientific one that's been entrusted to the Fish and Game Commission for their recommendations, and that we're going to go in and sort of carve it up and do a better job and continue to spend our valuable time doing that. I just think it's fraught with way more problems and complications that is worth any benefit that we might gain. And my sense is that we need to start at zero. We should, if we want to really go in and micromanage these programs and processes, 1,000 more here or 2,000, or don't fund that, then we ought to sit down and talk to the program proponents and hear the whole process and start over. And I don't think we should be spending our time that way. That's not why we're here. So I really do support the motion.
Supervisor Hamburg, did you?
Oh, no.
Is there any further discussion to the motion? I am going to say that I cannot support the motion for some of the same reasons discussed by my colleagues. And although I can support the list with, I think, about 2 changes are being insisted upon, I do think we should start looking more strategically at whatever amount of money we have, because resources are getting increasingly scarce. So to the extent that the Fish and Game Commission can support other county departments by their recommendations, I think that's going to be helpful, or maximize the amount of funds that are going directly towards habitat types of projects. And personally, I don't like that we have so many on here that are just for education and outreach, and it's really questionable what or if the benefit will be. But I'm going to vote for most of these, but I cannot support project number 6 because while I accept that Mr. Higgins is passionate, he has proven himself to be very inaccurate in the way that he uses or misuses the data. And he makes very outrageous statements and draws conclusions that aren't supported by the data. And I simply can't support funding that particular project. Are there other comments to the motion? We'll vote by the button.
Motion fails with Supervisors Brown, McCowan, and Pinches dissenting.
Thank you. To the board, we're now half an hour late for our process. Do we want to continue this to another date?
This won't take very long.
Oh,
okay.
Good.
First
I'm
of
glad
all,
to hear it.
May I recognize?
Yes, please.
To answer Supervisor McCount, this is not about marijuana eradication. This is about protecting fisheries and wildlife, which I think is the proper use of these funds. And what my proposal is, I'll make this motion, we approve this slate with 2 corrections, 1, the elimination of Project 6 and funding Project 10, the Sheriff's Office, at the full request of $43.99. And if we get approval to put up welcome centers for the Fish and Game Commission to set aside for maybe to be available for a $30,000 expenditure if we need it for the welcome center, which is basically a monitoring project to keep facilities like plastic pipe from getting into areas like the Middle Fork where there's a real protected species of endangered, those landlocked salmon. That's all it is. We may not even get approval from the Forest Service to put up the welcome centers. But if we do, it'll give us a small pittance of money to set aside and show that Mendocino County has got a little, we not only talk the talk, we walk the walk. If we're going to have this 2-day convention about the 611 effort, and you just totally leave it up to law enforcement and leave the county out of it, I think it's a big mistake. We've got to show that we're making an effort to keep the degrading of our national forest beyond law enforcement. We're going to do other things too. If we don't, the discussions in Covelo about taking back our forest, the 2-day convention here in Ukiah at the Hampton Inn, might as well throw it out the window because we're all talking.
So is that a motion, Supervisor?
That's a motion.
I'll second it if you shorten it.
The motion is to approve the slate of recommendations from the Fish and Game Advisory Council, with the exception, no funding for Project 6 and full funding for Project 10, the $43.99 for the Sheriff's Office, and for the Fish and Game Commission to set aside and reserve $30,000 that may go toward the welcome centers on the 611 effort.
Second.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think it's appropriate to say we're going to reserve money for a project that has not yet been submitted to the Commission. The funds are there, and I think what needs to happen would be for an application to be submitted to the Commission. So I think we could take the first portion of your motion regarding the projects in front of us, and then I think the intention is clear that if it's legally acceptable, there would be support for a project that would do what you say, provided it meets the guidelines, and that's something County Council.
That's all my motion says.
Yeah, but I mean the idea, I don't think it's necessary to reserve funds for a particular project. I think that process can happen without the motion.
Within 30 days. We're going to know within 30 days, hopefully. If we don't know by this spring, it's too late to do it anyway.
Well, what if we reserve funds for a project and no one ever submits the project?
We don't have to submit a project to spend Fish and Game Commission money. This board has the authority to do that. We don't have to go back through the request for proposal process. It's up to us.
Council?
Why have the commission?
Here's a good question.
Yeah, really, like, why do we need a commission?
I would point out that we pulled the experience on the County Fish and Game Commission with actual projects Nearly 200 years of experience we bring to making these decisions.
Right.
So we would put that up against any group in the county. And I understand, I'm supportive of that, but coming in the 12th hour, it's a little odd. I couldn't, if I tried to do that at a state process, they wouldn't allow me to speak for 30 seconds.
Madam Chair, I'm not upsetting this process. It's a good process. We got some good recommendations. All I'm saying is we have a strong commitment on a 611 effort. It's a way to set aside some money if we can even use it for that process. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so does the clerk have a clear motion? And a second?
Yes. Would you like me to read it?
Please.
Upon motion by Supervisor Pinches, seconded by Supervisor Brown, to approve the recommendations of the Fish and Game Advisory Commission for funding disbursement for the 2010-2011 project cycle, with the modifications that Project 6 for Patrick Higgins not be funded, and Project 10 for the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office be fully funded, and for the Mendocino County Fish and Game Commission to set aside $30,000 for forest welcome centers.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
I would like
I just
county
need to
council's
say,
opinion.
yeah, you don't have a project before you with respect to the welcome centers, so that's not before you, it's not on your agenda.
The money's
It's-
set aside anyway.
There's no application submitted. You know, the first part of the motion is fine, but the second part is very problematic.
Agreed.
What's the problem?
You don't have there's no application that's before you on
There's
that.
no requirement to have
Could
an
it
application.
be, County Council, could it be restated that potential 30,000 be set aside for potential use in the National Forest for the 611 effort?
Well, a better approach would be that you want to submit an application for such a project for consideration. But to direct them to set aside funds without any application pending is not appropriate.
We don't even know if we can do it yet, Janine, and you know that very well.
But you've got to submit an application
Okay,
first.
so council is cautioning the board that she's not recommending that we proceed with the motion as is. What is the will of the board? I really want to move on to the next item.
Well, I think
motion
it's to the
stands.
maker of the motion and the maker of the second, but in addition to the concerns raised by county council, the motion that will get 3 votes will be the motion that deals with the list in front of us.
I'm not going to amend my motion.
Okay, so we have a motion as read by the clerk. It's by Supervisor Pinches. It was a second by Supervisor Brown. We're going, the maker of the motion does not want to change this motion, so we're now going to vote. So please vote by the buttons. Okay.
Motion fails with Supervisor Brown, McCowan, Smith, and Hamburg dissenting.
Okay, so that motion failed, and this was what was going to be quick.
Supervisor
Supervisor
Smith.
Pinches.
Supervisor
This was going to be
Smith.
quick.
Madam Chair.
Yes?
Keep it going.
Thank you.
Yes,
Keep
Supervisor?
I voted no because of county council's caution. So I'd like to restate the motion. The actual motion itself, to approve the recommendations of the Fish and Game Advisory Commission for disbursement of funds. Do not know what the amount will be. Don't put that in the motion, Christine. For the 2010-2011 projects cycle with the exclusion of Project 6 and with the addition of $2,399 granted to Project 10.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor McCowan. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Okay, we will vote by the buttons then.
I'm abstaining.
While we have a technical delay, oh,
Motion fails.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Pinches.
to move this forward, I want at least some direction where the Fish and Game Commission will entertain supporting the Welcome Center idea in the Mendocino National Forest. It don't have to be reserve of funds, just a direction that they look into that, and hopefully they get their interest.
With all due respect, Supervisor Pinches, I think that they will entertain that. That's why I wanted to offer the motion that I did. So I'm gonna offer the motion one more time, and I hope that you will
From our
vote.
Fish and Game Commission.
I will not be there, but I can assure, if you would like that to be on the agenda discussed, it will absolutely be there, and it will be discussed fairly, and then it can come back to the board at some point, and then it'd be noted in a packet, and the public will have a chance to come comment on it too, because right now this is coming in as it's like
There's a new chair
rider. There's a new chair, but I assure you, if any supervisor requests something to be on the agenda, it's there.
Okay, so we have
After that reassurance,
Yes,
I'm
I'd like to
restating the
reassure you that
same
we would
motion that
definitely
just got
consider
voted
that.
down. I hope you'll second, Supervisor Pinches.
I got what I needed.
Okay. Can you say second for me?
No, I'll be the third vote. I'll do better than that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Brown, we have a second by Supervisor McCowan, and we are now, you're going to erase the board, and we are going to vote again. All right.
Gonna wear
So
out
please
these
vote.
buttons.
Motion passes with Supervisors Smith and Hamburg dissenting.
All right,
We're
thank you
serious
very
about the
much.
611 effort.
Okay, we're moving on to the next agenda item.
Thank you.
Because we are way over on time.
Stop the cartels. What's gonna stop the cartels is $800 a pound pie.
Okay, we're going to move forward to item number 6B. This is an informational update from the sheriff on the sheriff's office deficit as requested by the Board of Supervisors.
It just keeps, I mean, like you're saying about Laytonville, everybody's suffering.
It's to try to have to our national court game. You gotta stand up and say
All right, Sheriff, I think we're ready to begin.
Good afternoon, good long afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. You have our three-page document, and I hope that you look at this, because a lot of time was put in this to update the board on many specific things the Sheriff's Office has done. I'm going to briefly give you the Reader's Digest version. In the overview, it says that we are still expected to be $800,000 over. I'll clarify that as we go along, but please remember, in November of last year, on November 9th specifically, we were projected to be 2.4 million over, and we've worked with the CEO's office, and we've worked with the Deputy Sheriff's Association, and we've cut services, and we've done everything possible to reduce that by a third, or we've cut 2/3 out of it. And so I think that you can see that the Sheriff's Office is doing everything possible to reduce our money. To start with, the reduction of overtime, and if you go back to 2009 and the amount of overtime that we expended in 2009, it is enormous. For people listening, and when I say that the Sheriff's Office used 50,092 hours of overtime to perform its functions on patrol and in the jail and in the courthouse, and by the end of 2010, we had decreased that 29%, so it was 35,665. Unfortunately, right now we're seeing overtime increase a little bit more because of the staffing levels in the jail and the staffing levels on patrol and the mandated services that we have to do. If you remember last year at budget time, we did work out, the Sheriff's Office worked with the CEO's office on several one-time revenues for a total of $702,000, and the numbers are in front of you where it came from. I don't expect that one-time revenue to be available in this upcoming budget year, but we're working on it. We're seeing what we can do to work on it. You have my commitment, you've always had my commitment that we can work on it as much as possible to help the general fund. The staffing reductions, and this is very, very important for the public to hear, that the Sheriff's Office staffing reduction as of today, April 4th, 2011, we've had a 16% staffing reduction since January of 2009. So we've had 27 people actually leave the department. These aren't 27 positions that were funded, and we said, well, let's use the money elsewhere. These were 27 people that work for the Sheriff's Office that have walked away, either through retirements, either through resignations, or through personnel actions as in terminations. So the Sheriff's Office staffing reduction 16% is what's unfortunately the driving force of the increase in overtime that we're seeing. There's several other factors involved, and when I started this afternoon, I told you the $800,000 of what we're projected to. Right now we have approximately 46 people who have signed up to be the 9.31 marijuana cooperatives. If you utilize that money, it comes out to $276,000 of revenue that hasn't been counted yet. And we also have a program with the district attorney has providing people to satisfy some of their former criminal sanctions, and that money is being deposited into the sheriff's office, into the general fund. I'm sorry. So there's around $346,000 total that I predict the $800,000 is going to be reduced by. And remember, when I have talked to you before about our budget deficit, my talking points all along is at the end of this fiscal year, I predict that it will be between $300,000 and $400,000 over budget, and I think that we're going to be real close to that if the 9.31 money works. The reduction of services, it's an unfortunate part of the budgetary process, but we have had many reductions of service. We've also seen a reduction of 20% of our clerical staff. I know that in December there was discussion to lay off the clerical staff, and I told you the mandated services that we do, whether it's the civil papers, whether it's the mandated sex registration and arson and drug registration that we have to do, whether it's a concealed weapons program that pays for itself. 20% of that clerical staff has left the sheriff's office. One of them was a resignation, and one of them was 2 weeks ago. You approved a layoff that will occur in June. We're continuing to operate as it is. If you've been reading the papers lately, unfortunately there's been stabbings, there's been shootings, there's been arsons, and you've also been following the paper the next day to see there's been arrests behind all of those. And so while the sheriff's office continues to operate at limited staffing, the public safety that we are sworn to provide is being provided. So this discussion didn't last as long as the Fish and Game, and surely didn't last as long as the bag discussion this morning. But I think it gives a very fair snapshot of where the sheriff's office is right now in our attempt to work with the Board of Supervisors and the CEO's office and every county employee we have to reduce our costs at the same time of providing the necessary public safety that we're sworn to provide. Thank you.
Okay, to the board, any questions or comments from board members? And then we're going to go to the public. Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, Tom, what was the number on the 9.31?
46 people have signed papers that stated they're going to work on it. Now, they haven't, that's not money in the bank yet. There's several of them who have paid, but others have just signed contracts with the third-party inspectors to work with them.
46 have signed contracts?
With the third-party inspectors, yeah.
And what do you anticipate that each one of those people will pay to the department?
$6,000.
Uh-huh. So that's $276,000.
I believe that's the number I provided.
And what about the eradication costs being charged to the defendants?
Right now, I believe there's $45,000 that has been deposited into the bank with an estimation that there will be $70,000 by the middle of this month.
Okay, so that's 346.
Right.
Thank you. That's it?
That for you?
That's it for me
Okay,
for now.
Supervisor Pinches.
Tom, as you know, you're quite aware of next fiscal year. Beginning July 1st is going to be the real devastating year. You've already got the numbers, your pension contribution increase and everything, and I think the budget instructions for reduce 15% on a sheriff and jail budget of $20 million. That's about $3 to $4 million. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how we're going to mitigate that. It's not going to be through zip ties.
I understand that, Supervisor Pinches, and you know, many people talk dollars here, and I'm not going to talk dollars. I'm going to talk percentages. And while the sheriff's office has been accused of spending 50% of the general fund, let's talk about this and let's use numbers. In 09 and 10, the sheriff's office was authorized to spend 34.4% of the discretionary fund. 34.4%. And so this year, while we're under the gun of cutting costs, we were only given 32.4% of the general fund, and that represents $1.5 million. And so of the percentage of general fund, we were reduced $1.5 million, and now I'm telling you that I expect to come in between $300,000 and $400,000 over. So when it comes time for these cutting costs, Supervisor Pinches, I'm going to ask this Board of Supervisors to look at that discretionary fund percentage And if the sheriff's office gets cut at the same rate of percentages or the dollars of other people, okay, I can understand that. But I don't want people to play games with a discretionary fund and say, well, the state's not going to pay for these mandated services anymore, but we believe those mandated services are important, so we're going to take money away from public safety, which the Constitution guarantees the citizens, and provide this other service that is no longer paid by state or federal dollars. So the percentage of discretionary fund is where I'm going to be spending my argument. I'm telling you my talking points now. You're coming into my huddle, and I'm telling you where I'm going to be arguing, because I do not want the discretionary fund percentage that we've had in the past to be reduced to fund other agencies and services that the state has said they're not going to pay for.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to address this topic? Please come forward. Anyone from the public? Okay, seeing no one, we'll return to the board. Supervisor Hamburg, did you want to make a further comment?
Well, yeah, you know, my concern, and, you know, and this is for the board and the CEO, is that the longer we wait, the worse it's going to be. And, you know, right now, we're looking at an $800,000 deficit, and the sheriff is telling us that he's going to cut that in half between now and the end of the year, and I certainly hope he's correct. But, you know, we just spent about an hour arguing over $40,000, and if we're talking about $400,000 even, that's a big chunk of money for this county right now. And I don't know if we've just sort of consigned ourselves to just kick the can down the road until the end of the fiscal year, and then, you know, roll over that debt into the next fiscal year when the $400,000 becomes $800,000 on top of the pension that can't be paid, on top of this and that and the other. So, you know, I know as one board member, I'm not comfortable with waiting until June 30th to address any of the deficits in our departments, including the sheriff's department. And I would just like to know, is that our intention? I mean, are we kind of done for the year, and we're just going to wait until the budget hearings and, you know, try to deal with it then? Is that what we're doing?
That is not this supervisor's
Nobody's answering me.
intention. Well, Supervisor, I think you know I've discussed this topic at length over more than 1 year, and I don't agree in rolling any kind of deficit forward, particularly in this climate. So that's my answer.
Well,
I think we're going to go to the CEO. She wants to say something, I do believe.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Sheriff Allman, for your report. I just wanted to comment, you know, we're going into a workshop here shortly, and we'll talk about some figures around the budget, but we have 387 vacancies right now. 27 of those vacancies are in the Sheriff's Department. We know that can you not hear me? We know that public safety is a priority. That's 27 vacancies. We have 387 vacancies in this county. I think that in regards to Supervisor Hamburg's comments, we have a third quarter report coming next month, and the intent of the executive office is that third quarter report will have more figures, and that should be on May 17th. And at that time, we're expecting that we will be bringing forward a layoff list or a position elimination list. We have been bringing forward lists regularly, and as I recall, I think it was mid-year, we brought forward positions, and some of those positions this board has approved and others you haven't. I think that the sooner we could attempt to mitigate our shortfall for this year, the better we'll be. We're looking at between a $6 and $8 million shortfall for fiscal year 11-12, and about half of that would be in public safety, including their retirement costs. So my plan in May is to bring forward another list. My hope is that the executive office will be working with the sheriff and the sheriff's office to be able to bring a list forward together.
Ms. Angelo, one comment because this is numbers, and maybe Sheriff, you can repeat them. The sheriff was speaking about the discretionary dollars and the proportion, I believe he said, was dropping, going directly to the sheriff's department. I think the board's going to need some very detailed clarification on that going forward, and perhaps the the third quarter report would be the time to do that, because my understanding is that up until now that's not saying anything about where we're going to be in 6 months or in a year, but up until now that there has been a greater draw by the Sheriff's Department on discretionary dollars, given that the other departments overall and by and large have been cut to a larger degree than the sheriff's budget has if you go back, let's say, perhaps maybe in a 24-month period. So that's my understanding of it, but he's giving us different numbers, so I think we're going to really need to take a look at that concept.
We could look at that and bring that forward in our next budget report. Mr. Knopp has walked in. I don't know if he knows those figures. Okay, but I don't know the percentages offhand, but we will have them for you.
So you don't have comments on his numbers that he's given us here today, specifically?
I don't have comments on the 34 or 32%, and I wouldn't want to give you, I wouldn't want to give information that I don't know if it's correct or not. I can say everything in the sheriff's report, the 800,000 is certainly one of our figures. I don't know about all his figures as far as his overtime. I do believe from the sheriff right now that all of the asset forfeiture that you have committed is available for your budget to reduce the general fund deficit. Is that right, Sheriff?
Well, I'm certainly not going to word it to that because I'll end up in federal prison, but the asset seizure that we've obligated to work on the projects that we've discussed will be available.
Yeah, okay. And that's what I meant. And I know that he did utilize the one-time revenue because that brought down the shortfall. So those are, as far as those figures, I could confirm those figures. But again, I just want to say 27 vacancies is correct, but we have 387 vacancies throughout the county. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Pinches.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff, you mentioned how the sheriff's budget is a big percentage of our general fund, but the sheriff's office is not the enemy of the general fund. The enemy of the general fund is no economic development in this county. And until we get some economic development in this county and start saying yes to some proposals and yes to some land use changes, then we're going to be dealing with the result here, not the problem. The problem is economic development. We're just trying to deal with the results here. And until we change that situation around, we're going to be at this game every 6 months or every quarter. And I can't say enough about that if people start get behind some economic development.
Thank you, Supervisor Pinches, but I'm at this game every day. And, you know, the fact that we've dropped it by our estimated at the beginning of the year 2.4 million to 800,000 obviously would show that. And the fact that you say the sheriff's office is not the enemy of the general fund discretionary budget, I appreciate you saying that, Johnny, because I've known you for a long time. Unfortunately, there's other people in this room who may share the opposite opinion of that. And my job is to combat that and to stand up for what needs to be done in this county. And so there are people who see us as the enemy of the general fund discretionary, and I won't allow that to occur, especially with my presentation this morning over AB 109 and Senate Bill 85, and what's going to happen in this county in 60, 90, or 120 days of what's going to happen to our jail, and people are thinking about laying off sheriff's deputies and correctional officers. Well, it's not going to work. We're not going to have social service workers staffing the jail. It can't happen. We have to have trained, sworn officers doing their job to provide public safety to this county. I'm no disrespect meant towards social service workers, but they have their job to do, and we have our job to do, and yes, it's expensive. And it's interesting this morning that when the Board of Supervisors, specifically the chair, discussed how the salaries of the Board of Supervisors are compared to other counties, and I would welcome you to look at the salaries of the deputy sheriffs and correctional officers in the same comparison. When another supervisor says we have to pay the supervisors well to get the right people doing the job, that's my argument for deputy sheriffs and correctional officers. We have to keep the talent and the experience and the educated local people that we've hired here doing their job to perform public safety.
Let's go to Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think obviously, you know, we're in really difficult times with the budget, and that's unlikely to get dramatically better in the short term. But when we set our priorities and we make these decisions, I think we need to have a little bit broader range view than just what may have happened in the last 24 months. So if you look at staffing levels and where the decrease has been in the last 24 months, it may appear when those charts are brought forward, and I think we saw one not too many months ago, and it looks like, well, gee, the sheriff really hasn't taken a cut in staffing. But if you look at what was the staffing over the last 20 years, or even 30 years, or even 40, the sheriff's office, I believe, is probably about where you were 40 years ago. And we'll see that if you look at that graph over any of those, various decades, I believe they show that there was a pretty significant increase in staffing levels in most other departments across the board, while the sheriff stayed static. So, I think we have to look beyond just 2 months ago and take a longer range view. And we have to realize also that law enforcement is expensive, and that when we lose experienced officers, it's very difficult to recover that same level of experience. And every officer that walks out the door probably takes about $50,000 in training costs with them that we have invested in that position. I also want to say that I cannot recall a sheriff that has worked more cooperatively with administrative staff and with the board to try and control budget costs. And Sheriff Allman has done a tremendous amount. And of course, we're kind of always playing catch up because the revenue continues to decline, state cutbacks, state mandates, and so we never are able to get to a point of equilibrium. But I know that Sheriff Allman is working constantly to try and either increase revenue or reduce costs. And the fact that the jail population is down, I believe, approximately 100 inmates from historic levels, that results in a budget savings currently. It also does provide capacity for when these prisoners start getting returned from the state. So thank goodness that Sheriff Allman had the foresight, both for budget reasons and I think also consciously to plan for what the state may do, to do everything he can to reduce the population at the jail. So, none of what I say represents the solution, but I think we should keep all these things in mind, because I think it does put the sheriff's budget in perspective when we come to the decisions that we're going to have to be making in the weeks and months ahead.
I appreciate that, Supervisor, but credit for the jail goes to the jail commander, Captain Pierce. He's the one who understands the problem and has come up with a solution.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, I just want to say again to you, Tom, and to anybody else who's listening, that I am not against law enforcement. I am not against your department. I am not against a hefty general fund contribution to your department. It's not me who's your enemy. It's the recession, the depression that we're in. It's the federal government being, $20 trillion in debt. It's the state government being $25 billion in debt. It's a depression in this county that's I mean, come on, I've given this speech before, but I really do take a little umbrage when you have this way of sort of saying, well, I got my friends and then I got my enemies. Well, I'm not your enemy, Tom. I'm not your enemy. What I'm trying to do is figure out a way. I mean, and we can sit up here and say all the nice things we want to say about you, and they may all be totally justified, all the things you've done, all the cost savings, but it doesn't make up for the fact that we're in a big, fat hole, and it's getting deeper. So I want to say that. I also want to say, in response to something that my colleague Supervisor McGowan just said, when we lose people who we have had as part of our county system for a long period of time, whether it's a deputy or a sergeant in your department, or whether it's a Susan Era in the Office of Health and Human Services, we lose a big chunk of what makes this county work. And I just have to say that, because I think there's always this tendency to say law enforcement's over here and the rest of the county is over here. And you know I don't look at it that way. I think health and safety needs to be seen in a broader context than just law enforcement. I guess the other thing I have to point out, looking at this, this Reader's Digest summary that we had here before us, is that when I look at 700 hours a week of overtime, 700 hours. It's come down from 1,000 hours a week in 2008, according to your figures. It's now 700 hours a week of overtime. To me, that indicates some real, and I'm not blaming you, I'm not blaming anybody, but I know that does not compute. That is hundreds of thousands of dollars of unnecessary expenditure.
I'll take umbrage at unnecessary expenditure, Supervisor.
Well, I don't know unnecessary.
I don't tell you how to be a supervisor. You don't tell me how to be a sheriff.
Well, all I'm saying is to have 700 hours a week of overtime does not make sense from a budgetary point of view.
And I guarantee you that overtime would go away if we had the proper staffing to go to homicides, to go to burglaries, to go to rapes, to go to arsons, to staff 3,510 square miles in this county. But we don't. We're at 1968 staffing levels, and I presented to you what I thought the chair wanted 3 months ago when she said she wanted information. I provided you the information. So if you're going to chastise the sheriff's office for doing our job and giving public safety and protecting citizens in this county, you, Supervisor, are not listening to what the citizens are saying. The citizens are saying, let's keep our public safety where it is.
Well, Tom, all I'm saying is that if wishes were fishes, there'd be plenty of money to fund your department and every other department in this county. But wishes aren't fishes, and we don't have the money to fund your department at the level we've been funding it. This is an old story. We've been talking about this for month after month after month after month.
Thank you,
and
Supervisor.
all the nice talk up here does not change that fact. Facts are facts. Sorry.
And the three sheets in front of you are facts.
So, Sheriff, the comment I'd make, and I appreciate that we did get a written document, but the issue that I see is it doesn't have the concrete, it doesn't go to the next step. This, to me, is a review of the status quo, but it doesn't get us to the next step of saying how these will be mitigated, with the exception of, you do talk about, well, actually, it's not, I don't believe it's here. In your oral report, you mentioned the $346,000 figure that will be available to reduce the deficit, you hope. But it's not a presentation of a mitigation plan, like here, like as we've received from Stacy Cryer. In the past, Stacy Cryer's brought us her mitigation plan. These are the things that are working. These things are not working as well as we'd hoped. Here's what we're gonna continue to do. And so I'm not seeing that in the report. That would be my only criticism of it, is it's in the looking forward section. You know, that's a very general, very sort of boilerplate kind of a statement, which is fine, but it doesn't give the concrete information when you're really talking dollars and cents of how we're gonna get to where we need to go. And so then, I think, unfortunately, without that, where it leaps to with Supervisor Hamburg's large comments, jumping to the big picture, which I in essence have to agree with, is, well, we've got to make some cuts. We've got to make some decisions. We keep kicking the can down the road, which is what I've felt for months, actually really years, not just with respect to your budget, but with the county overall. And then we go to the CEO and she says, well, you know, we're going to have the third quarter and then we're going to be bringing you more information board on cuts you might make. But I think if we had that concrete information coming from you about specific game plans that you're trying to put in place, that would be very helpful. That's the only part I'm not seeing. The overview is fine.
Madam Chair, the game plan for the future very clearly can be represented by the game plan of the past, that we've reduced our deficit by such an enormous amount. I think you can count on the Sheriff's Office continuing to reduce our budget.
Right.
But our crystal ball's at the shop. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. A homicide in this county is approximately $100,000. And yes, Supervisor Hamburg, that's done on overtime because we don't have the staffing to send straight-time people to solve homicides or double fatalities or things like that. Law enforcement is not a predictable force except for what the computer tells us, and we do our staffing at the right level. So you know what, Supervisor Smith, Chair Smith, you asked for this, I presented this, you're not happy with this, I don't know what to say. Our printing press is broken. So I don't have an answer to this other than to show you what we're doing, and we're doing a lot. So I'll speak to the men and women of the Sheriff's Office who are listening right now. I'm extremely proud of the sacrifices they've made. I'm extremely proud of the mileage they've cut. I'm extremely proud of decisions they've made to issue citations to prisoners instead of arresting because of the cost. But apparently, there's other people who don't understand the commitment and the dedication that these employees have that are really trying to make it work.
Well, that's where I think, Sheriff, you're wrong. I agree
Well,
with your first.
we can
your
agree
first
to disagree.
statement. Well, your first statement, I thank them for their commitment and dedication and professionalism too. I don't think that's the point. It's when you get to the second piece of saying that there are people that maybe don't understand. I think I do understand, and I do thank them as you do. But without your concrete proposals in front of us, and again, I'm not criticizing the report, I'm just saying it lacks the next steps as to the mitigation factors that you're proposing. If you don't give us any, we have nothing to do but go to the CEO and turn to her for her, because it's her job to balance the budget. So without your proposals, she is really forced to then produce them on her own.
And it's my job to provide public safety. And so if you're going to force us to go against each other, Madam Chair, the CEO and myself, we'll do it. We have no problem. We both have our jobs to do, and we'll do it. What the CEO and I are doing is we're working together to mitigate this. And no, we're not telling you everything that's down the road, because if I make an obligation to you that we're going to do it and it doesn't come to fruition, then you're saying, gee, Sheriff, you didn't tell us the truth. But I think the CEO and the Sheriff in this county are working extremely well. But if you want to put her in a position of saying, well, CEO, I want you to demand the sheriff lay off people, you're going to build that wall up, we're going to get into the lawyer talk again, and that's a waste of time and effort and energy. When the energy we're spending right now, we're making it work.
Well, Sheriff, I don't think anyone listening would think that I am trying to pit the sheriff against the CEO. I'm simply just stating facts. If you speaking to us, not to the CEO, if you were bringing us specific deliberative documents, we'd be able to have specific discussions with you. There's no way that I'm trying to pit the CEO against the sheriff. I don't think anyone would hear that. That's not my intention. And that's just not what's happening. I'm just saying, if you gave us some tangible written materials to say, here's what you think that you'd be doing, this is what you see to close out this year, this is how you see it would actually impact and help going forward for the next fiscal year, we'd be able to have a dialogue about specifics. That's all. That's all I'm asking for.
If you don't mind me saying this, Madam Chair, your job as the Board of Supervisors and my job as an elected official is to predict what's going to happen in this county and to provide for it. And every decision you made today, it doesn't affect the past. Everything affects what's going to happen. When I made my presentation today, what the governor's going to do, it's not that he's going to do it for 57 counties and not Mendocino. He's going to do it for everyone. And that's a very tangible part of, we cannot afford to reduce the sheriff's office any further and without compromising public safety, and have your constituents to say, really? Is it time for me to buy the gun? Is it time for me to arm my kids? Is it time to buy extra locks? I don't want to cause that panic. I want to say that the public safety that's being provided in this county by the 3 police departments, by the sheriff's office, by the CHP, is providing the necessary public safety right now where people can afford a good quality of life and be very proud of the county they live in.
Well, I think your presentation this morning was very useful, Sheriff, and was very timely, and I think it's good information you brought us. Let's go to Supervisor McCowan. I believe he was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since overtime was raised rather forcefully, is there a breakdown in the current hours of overtime of about 35,000 hours between the jail and patrol?
We have those hours. We have that breakdown. I don't have them with me right now. I know that tomorrow morning, Supervisor, we have an ad hoc meeting, and I'll provide those numbers at that time.
And I would just point out then in general that the alternative to overtime hours in the jail, because we are at minimum mandated staffing levels, would be to hire additional personnel, which would be at a higher cost than the overtime hours to the current personnel. Is that correct?
It's correct. We have X amount of staff members that have to be there, not just in the jail, but also transporting to court, transporting to mental health, transporting to the hospitals. And if we don't have the people there, of course, it's overtime, and chastise me as you will, Supervisor, but the overtime that we have is clearly documented. It's clearly available for anyone to look at and say, so this is how you're spending it.
But if it's true that the jail is staffed at the minimum mandated level, and I think sometimes we might even skate below that a little, the only alternative to overtime is to go out and hire additional personnel. Otherwise, we're in violation of state law.
That's correct.
And to some degree, similar situations apply with field deputies, that if we want to assure that we have sufficient staffing, that we don't have to incur overtime when a homicide occurs, we would have to have additional staff. Because when those homicides come in, they're very labor intensive in terms of collecting evidence, investigation, et cetera. Correct?
Well, that's correct. And law enforcement knows no better responsibility. We have no bigger responsibility than solving homicides and putting people who kill viciously other people behind bars. And that's why they're so expensive. We take our job very seriously, and our team of detectives, they know they're supposed to cut cost. They know they're supposed to work as much straight time as possible to solve these. However, when you have to go somewhere else to find the bad guy, to make the arrest, and it's 3 in the morning, that's the bottom line. That's what has to be done. And I make those decisions. When they call me to say, we can make the arrest, but it's going to cost 6 hours overtime, I say, then spend the 6 hours overtime. We have to make that decision right now.
Thank you. And I will note that this is on the agenda to receive a report. And we've done that. It's not, that's the action, is to receive the report. It was not contemplated that there would be something more than a report presented to us today. So in terms of having non-productive conversations, we're probably veering into that territory here.
Supervisor Pinches.
Madam Chair, this conversation's got to the point where it's not beneficial for anybody. As you know, you and Supervisor McCallum, our ad hoc committee, I believe is going to convene tomorrow morning, so I think we need to wrap this up. One other thing, Norm, welcome back. Thank you.
Let's go to Supervisor.
I'll second that.
Supervisor Brown.
I was just going to say that we need to move on. It is a presentation, and our CEO is desiring to speak.
Well, she was, and then she wasn't. She changed her mind.
I knew you saw my pen, Madam Chair, so I put it down. I just want to make a comment that regarding the shortfall that we have, which is approximately 6 to 8 million, and remember, this is an evolving number. This is projected for fiscal year 11-12. Part of that is federal entitlement programs that we are mandated to provide. That is a mandate. That is as much, if not more, of a mandate as some of our other mandates. The other costs are retirement costs, and we all know we must pay those retirement costs. And then the other part of that 6 to 8 million is our shortfall from 10-11, which is law enforcement. So when you look at those three components of our projected deficit, every component there is mandated, essentially mandated. So I just wanted to be clear with this board and with the public and with the sheriff that this is not frivolous spending that has led to this shortfall. These are mandates that we're looking at. We are required to pay for them for 11-12. So this is truly a quandary for this board as far as these decisions. Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you. Let's go now to the master appointments list. Moving on.
I move approval, or I second.
I don't even know. I don't think we even need to take action.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Actually, we do, because we do have a list, and I think everyone received one. On page 2, we have a 1st District, Jim Eddy, and a 4th District, Jackie Wollenberg, to the Mendocino County Museum Advisory Board. Then on page 3, We have Mendocino County Planning Commission, here, John Pinchas, 3rd District, Jim Little. Congratulations. Public member for Solid Waste Hearing Panel and technical expert, we have Dave Koppel and Michael Sweeney, so I so move approval.
You move the slate, okay.
Yes.
And Supervisor McCowan seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. And I'll note that Jim Little, I believe, has served as planning commissioner for 3 separate supervisors.
Right. Yes.
And that's really, I think, a testimony to his integrity, that people of somewhat diverse points of view all had confidence in him.
And that's why you board members should listen to him.
So the motion passes unanimously for the master appointments list. CEO, we'll go on to your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, you have my report, and
I don't think I have your report.
oh,
Should I?
I'm sorry, the chair has them, or the clerk has them. Very briefly, our DOT director gave us an update this morning on the roads, and on the report you can see that based on the resolution that was declared by this board, what we're looking at as far as FEMA and CalEMA as far as reimbursement, and this is all still preliminary, we're still working on that. Under budget, I think everything there is essentially just an update. And as far as the $346,000 for New World Systems, we're still working with General Services and the Sheriff's Office on that money, and we should have an answer by 3rd quarter. So you'll get that update. And I think that's pretty much it for today. There's a memo that's attached that we could certainly discuss if you'd like. This is a memo from the CEO to the Director of Transportation regarding Milk Creek Dam mitigation measure. And basically, we're directing Mr. Dashiell to go ahead and begin work on this. So that's my report, brief as it may be for today, so we could move into the workshop. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments on that?
On this?
Yes.
So we're going to workshop and then we're...
Yes, briefly. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we're going to reconvene in conference room C.
So we're not doing soup reports?
Yes, we're going to do that next, but you had your pen up, so I figured you wanted to comment on the CEO's report. Okay, so now, before we take a brief recess prior to the workshop, we have supervisors' reports.
Yes.
Anyone?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. First I'm going to go through some of this correspondence and then my actual report. I hope everyone received a letter from Barbara Boxer having to do with the Community Development Block Grant. So I brought mine just in case that you didn't. Then also we received tomorrow over before the State Water Resources Control Board is a workshop on Russian River frost regulation, and it is only a workshop. You can comment about it, I guess, through the email or faxing or mailing a letter, but I wanted to call people's attention. It's the 2nd workshop that they've had. And also, I hope everyone got a Stewardship Council communication. I think it's important reading just to look at property tax issues, because PG&E is one of our biggest property taxpayers in the county. I was on March 31st. These won't be in date order. I was asked to be on a conference call. Our CEO joined me, and the Secretary of Agriculture was on, and he was basically addressing the administration's goals for America's energy security, and President Obama had made a commitment to reducing our dependence on oil and promoting alternative clean energy sources. So that was very short, a lot shorter than I thought it would be, and drove all the way in from Potter. But I felt good being on it because our name got recorded as Mendocino County, California, and we'll see where that goes. I also did go to Sacramento for the CSAC board meeting. I'm very glad I went the night before because otherwise I never would have made it to Sacramento. That's when the big storm hit. The governor did come and address the CSAC board. He stayed for quite a long time, and the board did actually vote to support his platform. Now that was basically on realignment, the initiatives to go on the ballot, and we all know that's a whole different, the constitutional amendment, and we know that has changed since. There was other business platforms for all of our policy committees. I do have information available if you'd like to have it. Let's see. They did support, a couple of legislative pieces moving through Sacramento. And they did talk about consideration of a CSAC County Employee Health Care Benefits Program, which may be an answer like our insurances today, Carmel. You know, this health plan may be something we want to know more about or get Ms. Haas involved in because of our younger retirees. We might want to see what that was going to look like. I went on March 29th down and met with the Army Corps at Lake Sonoma, and that was to discuss their funding of studies for dam safety for both Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma, and how that would work and proceed. I attended a growers meeting at the Ark, and it had to do with the European grapevine moth that same day, and protocols that our growers are going to use for frost protection this spring. And it appears Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they may be using their first frost protection of the year.
And that was grape growers, wasn't it?
Did I say grape growers?
No, you said growers.
Oh. Well, they could be pear growers, too. Okay, I know. I got up early this morning. It's getting late. Last Wednesday morning, Russian River Flood Control and Redwood Valley County Water District met, and they had an all boards meeting, the two boards, to discuss the possibility of annexation of Redwood Valley into the Russian River Flood Control District. The vote on both boards was unanimous. I was very pleased, as well as I think two other supervisors sitting in the room, and it was pretty historic and certainly a step forward. I've also toured Ukiah Valley Fire District with Dan Grable, and I learned a lot about how they protect for fire safety here in Ukiah Valley. And then I'd like to thank County Council. We met with the Potter Valley Cemetery District. Their bylaws are badly in need of an update. Plus, they had other issues that our County Council was able to help them with. Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Supervisor Hamburg and I also were at the Russian River Flood Control District and Redwood Valley Water District meeting. And the only thing I'd like to add is what an asset Sean White is, the general manager of the Flood Control District. He's really benefited this county, I believe, with both his knowledge, his experience, and also his contacts that he has with players on a regional basis. Chair Smith and I met on the tax share committee along with County Council and the CEO and our counterparts from the city of Ukiah. It was a very productive meeting. We are now in the position of waiting for data to be analyzed, which is usually when the whole thing falls off the back of the stove for another year. But we're optimistic that information may come back as soon as within a month, and we'll be able to move forward. But it was a very productive meeting. It was very encouraging. Local Agency Formation Commission met yesterday. They approved an addendum to the executive officer's contract that he had initiated. It will result in a reduction of his annual salary of $30,000. In return, he will maintain fewer open hours to the public. He has also announced that he will be resigning from the position, not sure if retiring, but effective June 30th of 2012. Also, the LAFCO Commission gave final approval to the request for proposals for the city-only MSR and the Ukiah Valley MSR being issued. And also, the board took preliminary action on the LAFCO budget and reduced the apportionment, which must be paid equally by the cities, the special districts, and the county, from $165,000 a year to $150,000. So that's another $5,000 in the plus column, speaking of small potatoes. I also attended a meeting of the Economic Development and Finance Commission Broadband Committee, but I think it's more appropriate for Supervisor Hamburg to report on that, since he's been much more involved on those issues.
My turn?
I guess so.
Thank you for that warm introduction. Yeah, the ad hoc committee has some very, very good players on it, and I thought that it was, beneficial that John was there and that I was there, and I really take that from the members of the ad hoc committee. This is a committee that has formed kind of under the EDFC with some grant money from the Mendocino Foundation. The grant money pays for the services of a very part-time consultant named John Curry. Our own Steve Dunnicliffe has been involved in this, and then a good measure of active county residents like Jim Moorhead, Brian Corzelius, Greg Girock, and others who really have some expertise in this area and really want to get us closer to full functioning broadband for all the underserved areas of our county. So I think the main thing that I want to ask the board, or just put before the board right now, is that on our next board meeting, which will be, the 19th? Is that right? What is it? April 18th. I would like to...
19th.
The 19th. I would like to have a short presentation of the situation that occurred recently on the South Coast when the main broadband provider, Esplanade, went belly up and basically left thousands of subscribers in the dark and without any broadband service. And to me, it's a very interesting case study, not only in how important broadband is to economic development, but how important broadband is to the daily functioning of a community like Wallala, like Point Arena, like Manchester. All those communities lost access to the internet. And I just think it's a very interesting little case study for the board to hear about. And also, do you want to comment on that, on South Coast?
Please finish, and then I would like to
Okay.
ask you a question.
And the other part of that is that in mid-May, and I don't know the exact date of that meeting, the ad hoc broadband committee would like to spend about 45 minutes with the Board of Supervisors talking about the overall situation of broadband in Mendocino County and what their intentions are in terms of really detailing what the needs are in this county and looking forward to some of the ways that we can fill in those gaps. And Comcast is involved in this, AT&T is involved in this. Central Valley Cable is a new company down on the South Coast that's going to be taking up some of the slack from the collapse of Esplanade. But obviously this is a big issue in a lot of our county where we have underserved areas. And I would like to see the board, and I credit Supervisor McGowan for kind of urging this along somewhat, just getting the board a little bit more up to speed on the things that are going on. I know I'm involved in this intimately because so much of my district does not have broadband. But I think it's time for the whole board, and all of us have underserved areas, except maybe maybe the 2nd district, have areas that are not served adequately by broadband. So just to get the board a little more involved in that process. Supervisor Brown?
Yes, there's a group in Potter Valley that they've been, I just haven't had the time yet to call a meeting, get everybody together, that feel the broadband. Okay, there's a group in Potter Valley that would like for me to get a group together to research broadband in Potter Valley. I think instead of duplicating, would you receive new members on your broadband committee?
Yeah, we do have the MCBA, the Mendocino County Broadband Alliance, which is countywide. And Shirley Frericks, and I can get them in touch with her, really has sort of been the point person long before this ad hoc committee existed. The MCBA existed. But I'd be glad to do that.
That you're spinning your wheels when you're reinventing it.
Yeah.
And I feel that they need to be with a broader group that know what they're talking about, looking at a countywide solution rather than just a Potter Valley. So if you could send me information, I will get it to them and get them involved.
Yeah. And I think one of the things this committee has come up with is just the idea that no one in this county really has the kind of comprehensive knowledge to succeed in this project, and that we'll probably have to bring in, or actually this committee will have to find the funds to bring in people who have successfully done what we need to do here in other rural counties. So there was only one other thing I wanted to mention, and it kind of goes back to the very beginning of this meeting when we took a moment of silence for Supervisor McGlashan. And as fate would have it, it was just March 8th when I met Supervisor McGlashan for the first time. I went down to San Rafael with Steve Dunnicliffe and Michael Laybourne to discuss the Marin Energy Authority with him. And I don't know if any of you have ever met. Have you met Supervisor McGlashan? Quite a, healthful, active guy of 49 years old. He actually has a sister who lives here in Ukiah. A very active part of the Marin County Board of Supervisors, and, went on a ski trip and died of a heart attack. So, just to kind of think about what he contributed. I mean, there is some controversy about the Marin Energy Authority, but I learned a heck of a lot about it that day, and I was interested just about a week and a half ago to see that the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors, through the Sonoma County Water Agency, committed $150,000 to doing a study of whether Sonoma County could duplicate what Supervisor McGlashan spearheaded in Marin County. And I'll be reporting more to the board. Today's not the good day to do it. On this idea of a Mendocino Energy Authority, or Mendocino as part of a JPA that enters into an energy authority. And the upside to this, which is what's happening now in Marin County, is much more green energy for customers. The other part of it is, can you generate more money for the county through this program? Marin County Energy Authority believes they are generating new money to the county. I think that's what the Sonoma County study really is all about, is to see whether that is a moneymaker for them. And I'm very thankful that Marin has gone first and now Sonoma is coming next, because hopefully by the time we get around to doing it, a lot of the legwork will have been done. Thank you.
Supervisor, there's a related workshop on that coming up, sponsored by Sonoma County, or perhaps by the Water Agency, and I plan on attending that. And that's coming up in the next week or two, I think.
Good. Well, please let me know anything about that.
Okay, Supervisor Pinchas?
In the interest of time, no report.
Okay. I want to briefly talk about MCOG from yesterday, and I have copies for board members. I think this is very important. Here's one for the clerk, so we'll have members for the public. This was a presentation. Caltrans traveled all the way to Covelo to meet with us, and this is just so you have it as information, this is the new model that Caltrans is using to try to work better with local entities, and this gives some of the highlights. And this presentation was very well received. They got very good feedback, both from Phil Dow, from members of MCOG, in terms of working with local communities. I credited them with their quick response to concerns in Casper. So this just shows what their new, they call it their DSMP. And it's that, what does that stand for?
District System Management.
Thank you, I didn't have the right page out in front of me. But it is, they really talked about the components and why this is important, and a lot of it is about partnerships with local entities, enhanced internal communications, enhanced external communications, things on environmental mitigation banks. It was really, I think it was a very good presentation, and it was well received. Additionally, we got the final report on the Confusion Hill feasibility study. It was a very good job. Since Director Gonzalez was not able to be there, we had the presentation done in total by Howard DeShield. It was well received. Caltrans was very encouraging in terms of their, since it's prior to the relinquishment, that we work, both the county and MCOG work together on possibilities of other grant funds that they would support at the state level, so it wouldn't be competitive for any local funding. So the county staff, working with MCOG staff, will do more work on that before bringing anything back to us for consideration. We also had a good review of the MTA E-ride concept, the concept that Supervisor Pinches has been bringing forward, and they're going to be actually in Covelo, promoting it and getting it on the ground, and they're going to be there this week. And we had since it was a tour, we were able to view part of the NCR plan. This is the canyon section, and by the side, we were able to stop at numerous points on the side of the road since we were in a van, and we had an actual critique of some of the slides and what it meant with respect to the strategic plan of NCRA. We got a fact sheet on rail banking, what that is. Rail banking is a method in which lines proposed for abandonment can be preserved for future rail use through interim conversion to rail trail use. So we talked about that conceptually. And MCOG tries to be as involved as they can, sending a staff member to the NCRA meetings because it directly impacts MCOG functions. So that was a very good discussion as well. Anything else to add, Supervisor Pinches?
No.
Covered it? Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Just one more item. The Save the Redwoods League did announce that they have completed the purchase of the Noyo River redwoods, so saving that remnant of old-growth forest.
Excellent point.
Is the county going to get their portion of timber yield tax on the timber because it was sold?
Don't know. That could be looked at. Speaking on timber issues, I've been in touch with Greg Giusti. I think he is overdue for his quarterly report to the board, and we're going to get that scheduled as soon as possible. Okay, so the board will
Take 5.
take 5-minute
Go to our workshop.
recess, and then we'll convene in conference room C for the workshop.
The timber was actually sold. I was